Where the sun smoke rolls, where the hives come crawl with the rust-bitten souls. Shivs in the shadows, teeth like steel. Every heartbeat echoes with the urge to kill. Toxic winds and chem-stained eyes, blood-borne howls pierce the skies. Heretics gather, but the emperor's light ignites my wrath as I charge into the fight. I'm blowing them up, rocket launchers screaming fire, purging the hive, fueling the holy pyre. They choke on their own corrupted mire. I am the scum eradicator. I am the throne forge liberator. They poison the gutters with forbidden brews. Sludge grip cocktails the scab gangs use. Chemfolk crawling through the vents like doom. Warp touch madness in every room. Chains lords roar a righteous cry. High scum scatter, they bleed, they die. The wheel of war keeps turning still. Metal meets flesh, deliver the emperor's will. I'm blowing them up, rocket launcher screaming fire, purging the hive, feeding the purge-born crier. Eden's hook, where the damned conspire. I am the scum eradicator. I am the throne forged terminator. Boom! The cats will shake, crash, toxic pipelines break, scream, heretics quake. This is the emperor's detonation, salvation, light up the night. Chem clouds burning in holy white. From the void to the hive, I bring the fight. I am the scum eradicator.
Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're doing it. Thank you guys for being here, for hanging out. We're going to be painting today, you guys. A little painting, a little Darktide, a little Fallout. It's gonna be an all right night. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all of your paint party, hangout, chillin' enhancers. Yeah, dude, we'll get right to it. Francois 51, thanks for rolling through, you guys. Appreciate you. Bro, right? Excuse me. Yeah, dude. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like, watch, it's only gonna be 10 more minutes and then that's it. Yep, sure was. It's alright, we got some Assassin's Creed in, we kicked some ass, we stabbed a couple fools. We did alright. Yeah. We played a little Assassin's Creed and it was alright. We made up some time. David Jones, what's up, dude? Thanks for rolling through, bro. Here we are again, bro. Thanks for making it through. Yeah, well, at least Oblivion is now shelved, and hopefully we can get enough of Assassin's Creed through that we can shelf that one as well. Phil, what's up, dude? How are you, bro? Hope everything's well. Hell yeah, dude. Cheers, bro. Hell yeah. Thanks for rolling through, G. Alright. So we're going to keep it the same way we usually do it. We're going to throw on the Border Prince and listen to his storytelling while we do some painting. What do you think we should paint next, you guys? Because we're going to start on the new one while we work on the details and little parts of the guys that we already painted. So we're gonna start one of these. Which one? The guy with the spear or the guy with the guns? Dual wielding guns or the spear and the knife holder? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Which one?
Quilly remained good angles showed up. So they all moved on the hook and proceeded to purge it of demons. But the Sabres had disrespected the other two elder chapters, who in turn treated them with disrespect. It got worse when the Dark Angels were caught torturing a particular pilgrim on the ship using some pretty dire torture techniques which disturbed the Crimson Sabres. This led to a confrontation between the two chapters, and being outnumbered and accused of being driven mad or being under the influence of warp entities for the extreme techniques they were seen using, withdrew. Imagine how messed up the torture was for a Space Marine to think that's way too much. Both sides lost a number of battle brothers.
I don't remember episode that well. Episode 4 that well.
It was only the arrival of the Inquisition which diffused the situation.
Think it got better?
The Dark Angels getting out of their sharpish rather than answer
I don't know.
any awkward questions about their
You guys remember what I thought about episode 4? I think it was alright, but I had like my gripe with a thing or two.
Each being so annoyed by this upstart chapter failing to show them respect and honour, as well as their general attitude. Plus, for the Dark Angels at least, the added annoyance of losing either one of the Fallen or
remember, I know nothing about Fallout.
Use their influence to have the High Lords of Terror themselves send
40K?
words of censure against the chapter. A slap on the wrist, really, and a reminder to know their place, and something that for other chapters would have ended there with a bit of annoyance and a bit of hurt pride, but not for the Crimson Sabres.
And not even make it to Fallout, bro.
And
no worries, you're gonna crash out right now for a couple hours and then get on some Fallout
but
here.
they failed to understand the privileged position of the founding chapters.
2 hours and some change before Fallout.
Status in the grand scheme of things. Plus Dark Angels. Chapter Master Negless was outraged that
how's the homie sound? Is it not too loud?
From terror, and
let me know if it's too loud or not loud enough. All right, dude, here we are. We're doing it.
At the pettiness the other chapters had shown, he decided to make a move that would restore the Sabres' confidence in themselves and show the other chapters that they didn't do nothing and were servants of the throne who would not be distracted from their duty by petty dealings with other chapters. To that end, he ordered the Sabres to cut off all contact with other Space Marine chapters, and their founders, who were no doubt, by extension, shamed themselves by the High Lord's rebuke. You can see how this would have made sense in their minds, as they could not do any wrong now, and not be influenced by the actions or by interacting with their cousins in other chapters. This began to eat at the Sabres, however, and Negless ordered all mention of it forbidden, and for all mention of the chapter's origins to be banned, going so far as to rewrite their history, to remove all mentions of their gene line, their origin, what Primarch they were descended from. This history would be hidden away within the Fortress Monastery, and only available for the highest ranks of the chapter to read. Now, free of their connections to chapters less righteous than them, and the legacy of their founders,
are we going to get started on today? Spear or dual gunner?
What could possibly go wrong? Aside from these reforms, the chapter launched itself on a crusade and was successful, even if their habits and demeanour further alienated them from those they interacted with. Eventually, however, they overstretched, and when their homeworld came under assault, they were unwilling to withdraw to defend it because they would break protocol, and unsurprisingly, no other Imperial forces were willing to put themselves out to help their beleaguered homeworld. Eventually, the Fortress Monastery fell, and its reactors, a vast relic from the Dark Age of technology, were detonated by the captain of the 10th Company, acting as commander on the ground, as a final fuck you to the enemy. destroying their gene stocks, history, records, and all the weaponry.
The world is not
Good old commercials. I Fallout lore only extended the second game shows a whole Iron and Easy 8. Alright.
Drogash. But as the years went by, the overzealous gang continued to alienate allies and imperial authorities, which together with their isolation created a feeling of moral superiority and self-righteousness amongst the Sabres. In addition, a sense of resentment at the Imperium failing to help in their time of need, despite, in their opinion, their perfect service record. And to be fair, they were good at what they did, particularly lightning strikes and planetary assaults, and they really committed their entire resources to expanding the Emperor's domain. They continued to see failings.
Yeah, she's kind of annoying.
And they were ever eager to record and share these observations in the belief that they would be improving their allies by showing them their failings and an opportunity to be instructed as to how to be as perfect as the Sabres. Now, with this strained situation in mind, and the Sabres being pretty oblivious to the resentment and bad feeling the wider Imperium had for this admittedly effective but arrogant chapter, a call for aid was sent out by one Inquisitor, Frederick Koshin, to help purge the jungle world of Omidia. Many chapters were prepared to answer the call, but once they heard the Sabres were involved, they all pulled out, not wanting to serve alongside these Tosser zealots. The Sabres cared not a jot, and committed their entire chapter to the fight. The information on the world was fragmentary at best, and following the standard procedure, they deployed scouts who observed some disturbing scenes upon the planet. The population was seen to be involved in vulgar, at least to the Sabres, forms of dance and worship, led by a cult leader wearing power armour which bore the mark of the Inquisition. However, when this figure removed his mask, was seen to be a bird-faced demon. Now, to my eyes, it seems that they mistook local customs of worship of this feral world for chaotic ritual, because out of arrogance and their, I guess, cultural isolation, they viewed these, no doubt tribal forms of worship as heretical. And the thing with the mask, well, if the changer of ways only has to make some scouts see a demon face to convince them of the heresy of an entire world, well, that's not exactly a hard job, and the most complex scheme the Weaver of Fate and his demonic children have ever conducted, is it? Anyway, the more cities they investigated, the more corruption they found, and eventually they invaded and began to purge the whole population in their fury and zeal to expunge the heresy that beset the world. A red mist descended, and relentless genocide of the population ensued. Men, women, and children slaughtered by the righteous angels of death. And that's what it would have been had the population actually been followers of chaos, but they weren't. The supposed cult rituals they had seen were in fact Adeptus Ministorum approved All Saints Day celebrations, which are observed across the Imperium and are usually adapted to local cultural conditions in order to integrate local religious practice and traditions to help the population more easily accept worship of the Emperor. It appears in their zeal to purge, a normally commendable instinct in the Astartes, they appear to have been afflicted by the magics of the archenemy, altering their perception of the slaughter and removing any doubt from their mind as they conducted the ultra-violent extermination of the population. After so long cut off from others believing in their own superiority, there wasn't much self-doubt left within the chapter, so you can kind of understand how this kind of thing happened. As word got out of the slaughter, the Imperial authorities began to talk of excommunication and heresy. The chapter's actions over the millennia had made them no friends, and they had often failed to answer calls for aid from fellow Astartes and Imperial forces, so committed to their own
blue and black
objectives
would
were
be the
they.
Gunbird?
The Sabres, coming to the realization that they had potentially been misled, and aware of the doom that was possibly approaching the chapter as the High Lords of Terror themselves considered the issue, began to grow enraged. They sought out the demon, which they held responsible, eventually confronting it. This greater demon of Zench fought with the Sabres, led by Chief Librarian Zarstis Manon, and they appeared to have banished the creature. Unknown to them, though, the Librarian had lost his psychic battle with the demon, who proceeded to possess the Astartes, and would continue to inhabit his form, going onwards. Using his position, to corrupt the chapter from within, and it was he who most likely told the Sabres what they wanted to hear. The Amadeus population had been corrupt and taken over by the Balathu cults and worshipped chaos. As the wheels of imperial bureaucracy turned and these conflicting reports were considered, Ordo Hereticus agents were sent to the world to ascertain the truth of the matter. What they found
Yeah, dude.
disgusted
I'm with you,
these
bro. I
veteran
hope so
agents
too,
of the
man.
throne. A brutal planetary slaughter had taken place against loyal
dude.
imperial citizens, with no evidence that the Balathu cults had been worshippers of chaos at all. The chapter left the system before the Inquisition arrived. In transit, the Battle Brothers, perhaps from subconscious guilt, the influence of yet more chaotic corruption, or a mix of the two, began to suffer from an affliction. They began to hear voices. The voices of those they had slain. The innocents they had purged. In their bloodlust and righteous zeal, the whole chapter began to be afflicted in this way. They began to suffer terribly. They could not even enter the half-sleep Astartes can force themselves into due to their altered physiology. Nothing could stop the voices in their heads, no matter what the chaplains and librarians tried. No meditation or ritual could halt the constant noise of screams, pleading, and accusations of betrayal from constantly echoing in the minds of the Sabres. Chapter Master Cranon, being driven mad slowly by the constant wailing and terrified that they, the most holy and zealous servants of the throne, were suffering from a curse or malady which would have seen them burnt at the stake should the Imperium find out, returned to Umedea system and set course for its sister world of Demetria, certain that he would find evidence of more chaos cults, thus clearing the name of the chapter and, hopefully, banishing the voices. They didn't do nothing, after all, and followed all the correct procedures in the recent genocide. The trip through the warp dragged for the Astartes, and they slowly began to lose their minds to the constant building sound of the horrors in their heads, striking at their very self-belief and giving them no rest. By the time they came into orbit of Demetria, they were crazy and lusted for battle. No pretense this time of fighting cults, as they found with each brutal kill and each city soaked in blood, the voices diminished, allowing them peace for the first time in what felt like forever. Feeling this respite, they pursued the apparent cure like an addict. Covered in gore, they marched across the planet, glassing cities, gunning down herds of fleeing citizens, and hunting and cutting apart, pulverizing with blade and fist all others they found, gaining absolution and peace in the brutal annihilation of another planet's population. The Sabres, finally free of the voices, at first felt great. The chapter master even filed a lengthy report cataloguing the slaughter and saying the planet had indeed been tainted and was now purged. But soon the realization of what they had done began to sink in. No amount of self-justification could hide the fact that they had crossed the line and would face the highest punishment for their actions. Chapter Master Cranon slowly realised this too, as reality set in. The chapter would likely not survive, considering their shared affliction or curse and their actions, which would undoubtedly condemn the entire chapter. Imagine the psychological trauma this would cause for a fanatic to know that they had now become everything they hated and spat on every oath they had made, and that all those they used to look down upon would now hunt them to extinction for being worse than they. Pretty harsh, I think you can agree. They had little choice now, and though in their minds they were still loyal, their fate was inevitable once the truth came out, as it inevitably would. In a council of the chapter's warriors, it was agreed that they would die fighting the enemies of man rather than wait for death or raise arms against the other loyal
10
servants.
years later, yep. Oh.
To their no doubt cruel fate. Using what time they had left before they were marked as renegades by the High Lords, the chapter fleet set course for the Cadian Gate, where they would enter the Eye and bring death to the traitors who dwelt within. This was surprisingly simple. Using their still valid clearance codes, they had made it all the way to the Cadian system, before any alert reached Imperial forces to stop them. But by then, the voices had returned, tearing at the fragile psyches of the Sabres. They almost made it without any conflict with their former comrades, But clearance codes or not, the defenders of Cadia could not ignore an entire Astartes chapter heading towards the entrance to the Eye. A brief fight ensued within the bounds of the Cadian system, when an Imperial Fist strike cruiser interposed itself between the fleet and the route to the Eye. The Sabres, being driven half mad, thought nothing of firing on a loyal Astartes, and easily overcame the craft with their combined fleet, and then pushed on into the nightmare realm of the Eye of Terror. So desperate for the relief that would come with bloodletting, and getting their confidence back with having a simple mission to purge all they met, they fell upon every world they encountered, launching precision planetary assaults and soaking themselves in the blood of the heretic and the traitor. The more they killed, the longer the voices left them, so they went on exterminating demon world after demon world, warband after warband, army after army. Eventually, the chapter began to think differently. They began to speak of their individual rights, the right to take power for themselves, that the Imperium had wronged them after their service to the throne, and the strength they had within their own ranks. Many began to physically alter in the matter-altering stuff of the warp. Their emotions and inner demons came out to be seen by all. Some sprouted horns from their helmets, some mutated, and all began to reflect their inner vices and virtues as the corrupting power of chaos began to reshape them. Not all of the chapter were happy with this chain of events, and still held to their purpose of fighting until they died to absolve them of their sins. These brothers were marked by their fellows, and when the time came, the chapter master held a great meeting of all its warriors, and said that now he did not seek to wipe away his sins and die fighting the endless horrors of the warp, but he instead wished to live and prosper. Those who disagreed were dispatched by their brothers swiftly, but not many did, although later a faction grew within the chapter under one of its greatest warriors, who seized one of the ships of the fleet and attempted to leave the horrors of the warp before they too were driven to heresy and insanity, and headed off in an attempt to rebuild the chapter back in the Imperium, despite the likelihood of that being pretty bloody low. The Crimson Sabres now became the Crimson Slaughter, a name the Imperium had christened them with following their flight into the Eye, and the brand of excommunicatoris placed upon their chapter's record.
What was their format for like Pokemon
they discovered a Space Hulk, which they claimed for themselves,
and
paying
Power
Fabius Bile
Rangers?
for
They
his
had like
services,
50
built up
episodes,
recruitment
right? But they were like year
enabling them to
round,
replenish their ranks and
every
begin to
Friday
rebuild
or
their
something.
strength.
We
The
talked
Hulk
about
was
this
a
before,
massive
right? With Dragon
creation.
Ball Z,
He
I
appears
think.
to be bound with a demonic
But they had a
spirit
format
that
where it was
controls
like
large
50
tendrils
episodes
which
per
spread
season,
through it,
but the
which
whole
can
season, I don't
grasp
remember
and
if it
crush
took longer than a
warships.
year to do the whole season,
They
or
began
if it
to
was
raid
just
the
the whole year.
Imperium like any other warband, seeking the silence bloodletting granted them. When the majority of the Crimson Slaughter left for a year of raiding, they returned to their new home to find that decades had passed within the warp, and the Tech Marines left on board the Hulk had been busy transforming it, and in turn being transformed into mechanical and mutated abominations wielding the powers of the warp. The chapter continued recruitment, and the darkest levels of the Hulk became a proving ground for recruits, where they would have to fight and survive against the creatures which inhabited its shadows. Being so close to the edge of the Eye of Terror and the Cadian Gate, it is almost certain they will have come to an accommodation with the Black Legion and most likely actively joined the Black Crusade. What their fate is after the creation of the Great Rift is unknown, but their need to continually slay to still the voices in their minds means they will have continued to be active, particularly following the cracking and anarchy which ensued following the fall of Cadia and the birth of the Great Rift. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this exploration of these filthy traitors. I would like to thank everybody who supported me on Patreon. Thanks a lot, lads. And also to my YouTube sponsors, whatever it's called now, I can't remember. Thanks a lot for your continued support. I really mean it. It does mean a lot. Cheers. And if you would like to join these
my YouTube sponsors, I forgot what they're called.
Support the channel, please check the links below. But if not, please remember to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and let me know in the comments below if there's any chapters you would like me to cover, and I'll do my best to do them a good turn. Alright, well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Cheers. The Great Crusade and the Foundations of the Imperium. Episode 2. Today we are going to continue with our exploration of the foundations of the Imperium. This episode covers the Imperial Army and the imperial nobility. As the Emperor conquered the nations and peoples of Terra, he picked up or spared from annihilation certain military formations from those he defeated and added them to his imperial army. These forces would become known as the Old 100 and would consist of some of the oldest and most elite fighting formations on Terra pre-unification that the Emperor deemed worthy of preservation and were willing to accept him as their new ruler. Now, many of these forces will have fought against him and proved their valour against his OP armies, but some will have come from
Get off my
opponents
lawn.
loyal to him, but were renowned as powerful troops, and he wanted to have them in his army.
This
rather than
episode's a little low,
expanding
huh?
them one way or the other, or having to pay a blood price with his own forces to defeat them in battle. We do not know all of these Old 100, and there are some which we can't be certain were a member of this honourable band, but they did include the Lucifer Blacks, who were elite warriors, which were decimated during the Unification Wars, but such was their ability that the survivors were incorporated into the Imperial Army and acted as elite personal bodyguards for many of the non-Astartes expedition fleet commanders throughout the Great Crusade. It is worth noting that such was their reputation that their name, at least, and the formation continued in service for millennia afterwards, becoming the ceremonial guard of the Senatorum Imperialis, or the High Lords of Terra. But after several centuries, their skill had disappeared, and they were fundamentally a sort of ceremonial guard. The second force that we know was the Geno Chiliad, who were a Geno unit allowed to continue to serve the Imperium following the Unification Wars. The regiment was commanded by females, called Uxors, born to the regiment, who would be placed into command positions. The Uxors and all females had a weak form of psychic power, which allowed them to command the male members of the Geno, using this limited and fairly weak form of psychic command, known as Sept. Each of the women, upon reaching sexual maturity, would have their ovaries and eggs removed, which would then be used to create new soldiers. They were essentially the mothers of the regiments. That did not stop them gaining a reputation for promiscuity, particularly amongst those outsiders brought into the regiment to ensure that inbreeding did not occur and there was a certain amount of genetic diversity amongst the members. The power of their sept or psychic powers declined amongst the Uxors as they grew older, and when it declined to such a degree that she could no longer command troops instinctually on this psychic level, they would be replaced by the next senior ranking Uxor. It is said that the Emperor incorporated many of the ideas used in the genetic regiments of Terra into the production of the Adeptus Astartes, though to what extent we cannot be sure. These 100 old fighting forces were inducted into the Emperor's armies and for the most part were unchanged, and added a core of experienced and skilled regiments that epitomised the warrior traditions of Terra and added a sense of heritage and martial tradition to the forming Imperial army.
One exclusive invitation just
so loud.
Garrison forces on Terra itself and those worlds which would be conquered by the Crusade later on, thus sparing the legions from the burden of garrisoning an area and controlling it, so they could move on for further conquests. The Iron Warriors being the exception, of course, but that's a whole other story. Vast swathes of the population of Terra were recruited into new regiments, often using the units of the Old 100 as the template for their structure. Millions of Terran citizens were formed into regiments which were then assigned to a particular Crusade fleet, and in many cases formed the main body of each of these fleets, as they often only had a small detachment of Astartes, perhaps only a chapter or two, although that's more than enough to conquer most worlds, and backed up possibly by Mechanicum forces of battle automata or titans. The arms and equipment of these Terran Crusader formations differed depending upon which region they were raised in, but were fairly standardised to include some form of body armour and an early mark of the lasgun, which was a more economic choice as ammunition and repair were far easier than for the bolt gun furnished by the legions and many of the other weapons manufactured locally in certain regions on Terra. This makes sense considering the vast distances these fleets would be travelling and the difficulty in relying upon overstretched logistical networks or the supplies that an expeditionary fleet could carry with it to maintain ammunition levels for these Crusader forces. We will discuss the Imperial Navy at a different time, But during this period, the expeditionary fleets, of which the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Army, or the Astra Militarum as it would become known, were still joined together as a single fighting force. After the heresy, they would be broken apart so that no one could command such a large force of troops, with the Navy and the Imperial Army, or the Astra Militarum, becoming separate entities that had no jurisdiction or ability to command one another. The Old 100 would have a deep effect on the forming of the Astra Militarum, as they were the foundation stone of this fighting force, and the methods and training used in them and the Imperial Guard going forward finds its origins in this force raised on terror. The imperial nobility. The wars for unification lasted centuries and involved millions of soldiers, with dozens and potentially hundreds of gruesome wars across terror. This created, or appears to have created, a class of individual known as the imperial noble. These individuals, whether by the Big E's plan or simply by accident, came to dominate trade, politics and bureaucracy, and the military to a fairly great extent. Fundamentally, these noble families were descendants of either those who had served and impressed the emperor and drawn wealth and power to themselves, and then gone on to find dynasties which would go on to provide the Imperium with healthy, well-educated and skilled individuals to assist in the ruling and further expansion of the Imperium. It also consisted of those nobles and elites who, seeing which way the wind was blowing, bent the knee to the master of mankind, rather than see their lands, property and lives assaulted by the legions of genetically altered thunder warriors with blades and proto-bolters. Those who willingly accepted the hegemony of the Imperium would still have to surrender to a great extent their authority and power, but they would live and most likely be able to keep the majority of their wealth and a lot of their property as a mark of thanks for sparing everyone the burden of conquest, but also acting as an example of what could be gained from joining the Emperor rather than pointlessly attempting to oppose the lightning banner. Following the final victory and unification, these families would grow and prosper, taking leading roles as a new class of civilian elites. Competition for influence in the Emperor's court was fierce, and many families would compete for fame and glory and the attention of the Emperor. In some provinces, they would to some extent still rule their lands as regional governors, ruling in the Emperor's name. They could rise through the ranks of the steadily expanding bureaucratic wings of the Imperium to be influential and powerful individuals, thus enriching their families in one way or another. Although excelling in providing economic, cultural or industrial achievements were all marks of civic pride and boosted a noble status, the most sure way to win acclaim in the new Imperium was through military success or skill. While the unification wars were being fought, many nobles won fame and infamy during its many conflicts, the most successful receiving great rewards and trust from the imperial government. The Emperor promoted many men and women who proved themselves worthy to the highest military commands, and at the launch of the Great Crusade, many of these, or their descendants if they proved equally effective, would be entrusted with whole expeditionary fleets and chapters of Astartes to command and conquer whole worlds in his name. Additionally, when the Emperor founded and began to recruit for the Legionis Astartes, many of these families provided sons to be transformed. This obviously probably was not done lightly, nor entirely voluntarily, no matter what the imperial propaganda may say. One of the main benefits to this for the Emperor was that he would be getting access to the healthiest and probably most well-educated crop of human subjects on Terra, as the children of these old families were descended from bloodlines which had, unlike the rest of the poor mass of humanity, which had to sit through rad storms and famines and all the other horrors you can imagine in several millennia of total war and apocalyptic barbarism, with many of them having shacked up in bunkers and fortresses, eating real food and drinking uncontaminated water. That being said, the legions did still induct a great many of the plebs of the world, simply for numbers and providing their genetic code had not been irretrievably corrupted. As the Great Crusade advanced out into the stars, and particularly until the Primarchs were discovered in their turn, these generals conquered vast swathes of the galaxy in the Emperor's name, a whole generation of world conquerors who, in another age, would have become legends in their own rights if their legacies had not become overshadowed by the wars, treacheries and jealousies
thanks, bro. Appreciate
that would come
it, man.
later from the Primarchs, which burned away any legacy they might have had in the histories of mankind. Many of these nobles found
Thanks,
themselves
man.
left as garrison commanders on compliant worlds, where they would live out the rest of their days and go on to found, now dynasties, which would outlive the heresy, and many being able to trace their lineage back to a distant mythological founder who had once been a general in the Emperor's
Good
Great
luck
Crusade.
there, feller.
On Terra itself, even after the siege, which would obliterate the population, many noble families in the 41st millennium can trace their lineage back to this moment, and they still politic in the halls of the Emperor's palace for status and power, but also still provide their sons and daughters to service in some organ of the imperial state. The custodian guard maintained a constant vigil over the nobility to watch for sedition, corruption, or rebellion, and would act to end such things using their extensive and intrusive global surveillance network. They coordinated these security operations with the Office of the Sigillite, and Imperial assassins would also be used to eliminate potential dissent, as well as dispatching these agents to the Crusade front lines to act against rebellious commanders, eliminating enemies on non-compliant worlds, and assist in ensuring compliance through wet work. Thanks for watching, and please remember to subscribe, like and share if you can. I hope you have enjoyed this tiny exploration back into the world of the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. I'm going to be doing more of that soon, and yeah, see you next time. Cheers. Shivak, to the Dark Tower came. By Rob Sanders. It was called the Arc de Touchia, and was one of the many triumphal archways that decorated the avenues and terrace aisles of the Collegia Moon. Universitat scholars dated the Arc de Touchia as pre-imperial, but preservation diktats, almost as ancient, prevented further far older. In the emptiness of the boulevard, within the ancient span of the Arc de Touchia, an immaterial blaze erupted. He barely had time to assemble the tessellate matrix of reality required for interdimensional entry when a jet bike blasted from its nothingness. Like a wraith-bone talon tearing its way up the boulevard, the bike carried Inquisitor Bronislaw Shevek into existence. With his harlequin coat trailing a prismatic smear of shape and colour, Shevek leant this way and that, rocketing the jet bike through the monumental gateways, around statues and across the ceremonial gardens. About him, the Collegia, Université, and repositories of Savignor reached for peaceful purple skies. All were crafted from dark local stone, weaving through the columnar magnificence of temples and around stately street-sunken amphitheatres. Shevek found himself in a cultural gemstone of the Segmentum crown. Despite being situated uncomfortably close to the Eye of Terror, many of the sector's most powerful families sent their sons and daughters to complete their education at Savignor. Shevek himself had attended the Collegia Moon. The Inquisitor slowed the jet bike to an idling glide before drifting to a gentle stop on an esplanade between the colossal archive and the mountainous librarium. Shevek stared about the esplanade. Something was wrong. Robed academics were absent from the streets, as well as the pamphleteers and podia speakers. The streets were deserted. Shevek dismounted, his hand drifting down to the armoured covers of the Atlas Infernal. The tome dangled from his shoulder on its strap. It would make a worthy addition to Savignor's ancient archives and collections. There was a light breeze, then creaking. Looking up, Shevek saw that the esplanade was lined with ornamental trees, and from those hung the bodies of the absent academics, their necks in improvised nooses. The Inquisitor strode across the street to get a better look at the courtyard below. He saw them now.
Cool.
On the bike, at speed. He had missed the bodies. They were everywhere. Some were hanging from arches and balconies. Others sat in the gutter, their wrists slashed and bodies drained of blood. Some had simply leapt from the heights of belfries and reliquary spires, ending their lives on the splattered esplanades below.
That for
Even
true.
non-academics like guardsmen and adeptus arbites, the representatives of law and order on Savigny, had eaten the barrels of their pistols and blown their brains
Buddy,
out across the dark
really
stone.
just know
Something
how
terrible
much fun
had happened here.
it can be.
Shevek found
Probably
himself
not.
hoping that it was just restricted to the capital district.
Probably
He knew he
not.
was wrong. The bells of the Academy quads weren't ringing, and the airships that usually cruised the skies above the scholars' steeples, vox-hailing lectures and compositions, were gone. His eyes travelled up and out of the quiet carnage, away from the mass suicide, the brown pools of blood and the swinging
Free to
cadavers.
choose your own adventure,
Above
buddy.
the
No.
grim skyline
I
of
know about
collegiate
them, but
silence
like
and
I said,
self-slaughter,
reading was never
Shevek
my thing.
found the
Even
reason
with
he had
those
come
books,
to
I was never
Savigny.
like, oh, I need to
Looming
read that.
over the scholastic
yeah, no.
was the Citadel Reclusium of the Universitat Imperialis, referred to
They're in
the
the
planet
future.
over as the Dark Tower. Indeed, it was constructed from the same stone as everything else on Savigny, but that wasn't why it was called the Dark Tower. It housed
Yeah, dude,
items
no worries,
deemed
man.
by the Arch-Chancellor
We're chilling.
as forbidden and censored for study, and even warranted its own Imperial Guard garrison. While all other archives on the planet were devoted to enlightenment, the tomes and exhibits stored in the Citadel Reclusium were restricted. This hadn't stopped Bronislaw Shevek
Oh,
as a
there's my
student.
buddy. My
It
buddy's
didn't
back.
stop him now. Streaming through the deserted district,
Hi,
Shevek rode up to the
Bogo.
imposing
This is
form
my
of the
Bogo,
Universitat
guys.
Imperialis,
Bogo.
leaving the jet bike
Buy
hovering
one,
amongst the
get one
statues
free.
on the ordinarily swarming plaza. Shevek stood before the ceremonial pork-colour gates. They were open, with the Dark Tower reaching into the purple skies above him. The Inquisitor stepped inside. Like the Universitate Imperialis, the Dark Tower had not been furnished with
I'm gonna fix that
elevators.
gold right there
Study
that I
was
messed up
not
on.
restricted to the dorm or the librarium.
Right there on his
Scholars
collar.
and students were encouraged to resist the sedentary lifestyle of the academic by walking and talking. Stairs were the order of the day, thousands and thousands of them. Even as a student, Shevek had looked upon the tower spiralling staircases with less fondness than the archives to which they led. The Inquisitor had travelled light years to reach the Collegium Moon, however, and wasn't going to let several hundred flights of building-spanning steps stop him. The staircase had its own story. Like the district below, the Université had suffered the same life-taking calamity. Clerks, acolytes, pedagogues, auto-savants, linguisticians, and sisters of the Ordo Diogenes all had killed themselves. Some hung from the balustrades by their robes, others had splashed the marble stairways with their precious blood. As step after exhausting step took him up through the security gates of the Citadel Reclusium and into the Dark Tower, the story changed. The slaughter changed in nature. Bolt holes riddled the walls. The marble baluster had been smashed. Bodies littered the steps. Archivists, the Arch-Chancellor's tower proctors, the guardsmen in ceremonial robes, all had either been blasted to ragged flesh by bolt rounds or smashed into the unforgiving marble and staircase walls. Shevek had seen this kind of slaughter many times before. This was the work of Azek
Yeah, Bozo
Adaman's
also.
rubric marines, living suits of ancient plate, enslaving the tortured souls of Emperor's angels, long turned from his light and wisdom. As unstoppable as living statues and sculptures, Adaman's rubricae had entered the Dark Tower and blasted their way through to the maximum security exhibits and sections of forbidden lore. The Inquisitor knew exactly where the path of destruction led, and he sprinted the remaining floors. It was the reason the Inquisitor himself had returned to Savigny. As a student sneaking into the Citadel Reclusium, he had seen something he did not understand. A crystal statue of some Xenos abomination, as ancient as it was heretical. It had been labelled as representing one of the elder races of the galaxy, a civilization said to have bloomed before the dominion of the Imperium and humanity's crusade to the stars. Only now, with the benefit of knowledge earned in the Black Library, had he come to realise that the censured exhibit had been mislabelled. It didn't represent a member of the elder races. It was one of them. In the Black Library, He had been shown a sacred chamber right at the core of the craft world, a biodome housing a forest of wraith-bone trees, a place of spiritual calm and serenity. It was here that the spirits of deceased Eldar were transferred from precious spirit stones to the craft world infinity circuit. It was here that the spirit seers of the Eldar race came to commune with the dead, and farseers made their most ambitious divinations. Shevek discovered that it was also where the most ancient farseers of the craft world came to become one with the infinity circuit, standing, remaining, taking roots amongst the trees. He came to know this sanctum as the Dome of the Crystal Seers. He knew what he had witnessed in the Dark Tower had been a crystal seer, an alien and ancient farseer that had long transmuted into psychically sensitive crystal. As he arrived in the breached exhibit chamber, he knew he was too late. Bodies littered the floor, both guards and researchers who had devoted their lives to securing and studying the exhibit in secret. That hadn't stopped Azek Araman. The Inquisitor looked down at the shattered crystal. Shards and slivers twinkled in the gloom. The smashed seer decorated the chamber. The jagged base sat like a once glorious remnant, while chunks of crystal glowed with dull radiance. Everything else was dusted with splinters.
This season, you've got places to go, people to see, and
Afflicted the chamber. He witnessed a mind-splitting vision of his nemesis, Azek Araman, warrior, sorcerer, aspirant, the Emperor's fallen angel, ascending to ruinous godhood. How and when, he could not know. The Inquisitor fell to his knees amongst the crystal wreckage. His darkest fears for the future had been revealed in the presence of the decimated seer. Azek Araman had destroyed the crystal seer to drink deep of its secrets and witness the galactic horror to come. At the moment of destruction, however, a psychic shockwave had rippled across the surface of Savignor.
What if I just tell
Like
you
a
guys
beacon
that I'm a
of fate,
stubborn-ass
the Dark
trick and I don't
Tower
want to
had
play?
revealed to each and every Imperial citizen on the Collegia Moon the secrets of their personal doom. It had been too much for their all-too-ordinary minds, leaving them with only their lives to take. He willed himself to his feet. He felt the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. It was a burden he had grown accustomed to, but that made it no easier to bear. He stumbled and reached for the wall, overwhelmed and unsteady. Retreating from the psychic potency of the crystal fragments, the Inquisitor made once more for the stairs. Araman had beat him to the Dark Tower, and had learned something of his fate. Shevek could only hope that what they had both witnessed was one future of many, rather than a singular doom to come. He vowed to stop the sorcerer, either way. Thanks for watching, everybody. Just a little short one today. If you're not aware of the Atlas Infernal novel, and I don't know if I'm saying Shevek correctly, I apologise. It's not English, is it? So I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but yeah, hopefully it's reasonable anyway and not annoying. But yeah, if you're interested in that, I'll go and I'll put a link in the description. Go and check out the Atlas Infernal novel. It was a very interesting novel, and I think there was only one of them, and this short story. But I do recommend it. There's some slightly better written novels, I would say, but this is covering some really interesting stuff about the Black Library and the Eldar and Farseers and the Webway, and Araman's basically chasing this Inquisitor because he's got like this super powerful map. That's not much of a spoiler, but that gives you the gist of it. And it's linked to the heresy quite well, particularly the war in the Webway. It's an interesting book, and he's an interesting character, and he runs around in a harlequin coat. So, yeah, it's good. It's worth it. I'd definitely pick it up. Anyway, I'll be back again with a slightly longer one. This was a short one, but slightly longer short stories and stuff, and some lore videos and things. All stuff is coming. So, yeah, I just hope you enjoyed this quick one. I really enjoyed this novel, and this short story I thought is an appropriate entry point for it, I think. And thanks to everybody supporting the channel. You can see names here. Remember to like the video, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. I'll see you again soon. Thanks very much, lads. Bye-bye. The dark secret of chaos.
The secret of whether the enemy can possibly win may be the darkest secret of all,
Gavilan said, his sonorous voice becoming ever more distant and ruminative.
Darker than the secret hidden by the Golden Throne itself. Everything we know and believe, of course, tells us that the Imperium cannot possibly win in the end. In the fullness of time, the only possible victory is that of chaos. In the fullness of time, the only possible fate for humankind is extinction. And yet the Imperium fights on. And who knows what petty victories they might win in the meantime, or what the true value of those petty victories might be. We who are proud to be dwellers in Golzakandra and followers of the Changer of Ways might say, and might even believe, that we are the heroes of the eternal struggle. But we know in our hearts that it is not true, and that the Imperium has the monopoly on heroism. We fight out of choice, driven by pride and lust and fury, and everything we do hastens our own end and the end of our species. They fight for duty, driven only by faith. They know that they cannot win, but they fight on, determined to survive for another hour, another year, another century, even though they know that they cannot survive forever. It is they, not us, who maintain the game and make it worth playing. It is they, not us, who are the game. The ultimate drive of chaos, which lies so far in the future.
I don't want to roll dice.
Concern to short-lived creatures such as you and I is absolutely certain. The ruination and destruction of all mankind is but a tiny part of that culmination. The Imperial forces have nothing to fight for but a trivial postponement, and yet they fight. They have made their Emperor a god, and are surely right to do so, for if anyone less than a god could have ever deserved to become one, what other kind of man could he be than an Emperor?
Now,
The
Fallout
Imperial
will be
forces
in
are the heroes, because they have nothing to
an
win but
hour
a
and
momentary
39
in the
minutes.
hour of eternity, for the sake of which
So in an
they have
hour and
sacrificed
39,
every
and
freedom,
we'll
every
in an hour and
thought,
30, we'll
every
take a break
hope,
from this.
and every pleasure.
We'll watch Fallout.
They will never know
Well,
how
we
grateful
could
might have
paint
Iron
while we
Master
watch
and
Fallout.
those like him must be for all their sacrifices, or what the true value of their petty victories
And maybe
must
we'll
be.
continue painting,
That,
but we'll
I
probably
am
end up just
convinced,
switching it for
is the
Darktide.
darkest secret of all. I have regretted nothing, no matter what my career may have cost me. I will not trade places with anyone, no matter what my fate is yet to be. I have lived, I have chosen, I have led. Can any commander of the Imperium, even the true Imperium, say more? Can any demon? There are those I know who believe that the gods which are served by men like me are compounded out of human evil. But I cannot believe it. There was chaos long before humankind was dreamed of. And there will be chaos long after humankind has vanished from the universal stage. Humans who think themselves vital to the cause and course of chaos are the vainest of the vain. We live but a moment and die forever, unable to encompass infinity and eternity, even in the ambition of the imagination.
Yeah.
I have dreamed, I have seen, I have
Yeah.
understood.
I can't
If I die
multitask, so
tomorrow
yeah,
or
we'll
the
probably
next
just have to
day,
take a break.
as I likely shall, I have nothing to begrudge.
Yeah, midnight for me.
Attributed
Midnight
to the
midnight
Zench sorcerer,
on the West Coast.
Gavilan the Great.
Yeah, dude, that's what you said last week, right? That after the credits there was a piece, and it's gonna be about them next week, this week. Hell yeah.
The second, Damocles Gulf Crusade. Damocles. A single word, yet synonymous with a clash of empires that has riven the eastern fringe. When the expansionist Tau spread across the Damocles Gulf, they seized a handful of resource-rich worlds beyond it. In doing so, they roused the galactic colossus, the Imperium of mankind, and began a war that escalated with each new day. When the Tau found a way to cross the deadly string of nebulae known as the Damocles Gulf, they encountered the edge of mankind's empire. There they found a culture they considered moribund. Efficiency and innovation were qualities long forgotten on their frontier worlds. Even hope had been smothered by the passing of the ages. Though it took years to open their eyes to a new future, the people of those planets were slowly swayed to the ideals and negotiations of the Tau Watercast. The rigours of the uncaring Imperium had made their minds fertile ground for the sea.
Being a good host.
The weapons of the Firecast instead. When word eventually reached Terra that an advanced Xenos race had usurped several worlds long claimed by mankind, the Imperium reacted as always did, with overwhelming force. Using warp travel as their invasion vector, a battle group of Adeptus Astartes and Astra Militarum routed the Tau settlers from the worlds they had claimed, then took the fight directly to the heartlands of the Xenos Empire. The Tau reeled, but their defences had been bypassed and their Corvatra, their navy, hopelessly outmatched. The juggernaut of the Imperial battle group smashed through orbital stations and colonies alike, reducing efficient and prosperous worlds to smoking ruin. On Dalith, the Damocles Gulf was finally brought to a violent halt. The ethereal caste, supreme masters of the Tau race, had sent their finest military minds to lead the war effort there, for Dalith was a sept world, a jewel in the crown of the Tau Empire. Months of unbridled destruction followed as the Space Marines of the Imperium matched their aggression and strength against the might of a true Tau stronghold. In the end, it was another force entirely that brought the conflict to an end. The Tyranids, encroaching from beyond the edge of the eastern fringe, forced the Imperial battle group to disengage in order to defend the borders of their own empire. The Tau, sorely wounded by the conflict, were content to look to their own recovery. An unofficial truce was established, and after 250 years, the Damocles Crusade had been all but forgotten by the lords of the Imperium. The Tau, in their ambition, did not forget. They crossed the gulf of space once more in their third sphere expansion, this time led by Ethereal Supreme Aeon Va and the commander Shadow Sun. As before, many worlds fell. The wheels of Imperial justice began to turn once more, slowly, but with unstoppable force. This time, battle was met upon Agrellan, a world barren of human life, but for 12 massive hive cities whose peaks scraped the cloudscapes of their own pollution. There, the Space Marines brought swift and terrible death to many a Tau cadre, with regiments of Astra Militarum and the towering Imperial Knights of House Terran, lending their strength to the Imperial cause. Once more, however, humanity found the Tau an adaptable and cunning foe. Shadow Sun's strategic brilliance saw all 12 Imperial hives conquered in a single day. Some were besieged, others were gutted due to rebellion or blown apart by weapons of planet-scarring force. The Space Marines found their supremacy on the battlefield likewise broken after the mass deployment of XV-104 Riptides, giant battlesuits so powerful they tipped the balance of the entire war in the Tau's favour. Chapter Master Corvin Severax of the Raven Guard ordered the retreat, and Space Marines, Astra Militarum regiments, and Imperial Knights alike made a fighting withdrawal. Renamed Mugalaf Bay by its conquerors, Agrellan was swiftly inducted into the Tau Empire proper. The hunter hunted. Over the course of the war for Agrellan, Kusaro Khan of the White Scars swore a blood oath that he would personally take Shadow Sun's head from her shoulders. His hunt was remorseless, turning the speed and aggression of the White Scars to the solitary goal of destroying the mastermind behind the Tau's war machine. Kusaro Khan met Shadow Sun in battle several times, engaging her in person at Axia Hive and taking battle to her personal cadre at Black Shale Ridge. Despite his best efforts, Shadow Sun survived, excelling herself in both strategy and tactics and proving a worthy opponent even at close quarters. Over time, however, the White Scars inflicted such horrendous casualties upon the Tau leader's personal cadre that her cool demeanour was replaced by simmering fury. Perhaps overconfident after securing victory upon Agrellan, she soon took the bait proffered to her, the night world of Voltaris. There she walked into a trap set around House Terran's ancestral fortress. In the resultant ambush, Khosrow Khan wounded Shadowsun grievously, coming within a hand's breadth of decapitating her with his sword. Once more, however, she escaped. The Khan's great oath was yet to be fulfilled, and upon Prefectia, he would pursue it more determinedly than ever. The commanders of the Imperial armies were infuriated that Agrellan had been taken at all, let alone in so short a time. After regrouping, the various dignitaries assigned to reclaim the lost Imperial worlds held a council of war. They agreed to stage a purposefully slow retreat towards the feudal planet of Voltaris, drawing Shadowsun's fleet after them into an area where she would be badly outmatched. The Imperium laid a deadly ambush, using Voltaris' most defensible area, the fortress of Furion Peak, as its anchor. The Tau, so sure of their orbital recon scans, vastly underestimated their foes. Within the forests and gullies of that proud mountain were Colonel Strachan's Katajan jungle fighters, Shadow Captain Shrike's Raven Guard, and Khosrow Khan's White Scars, all hidden from sight by the psychic mists of the storm.
Nap time. Hell yeah, get some, dude.
When Shadowsun's army made planetfall
Just a quick
at the foot
power
of
nap.
Furion Peak, the jaws of the Imperial trap closed. Being psychically inert, the Tau were baffled by the storm magics of the White Scars, who then led the charge to engage their foes at close range. Power fists, chainswords, and even combat knives took a heavy toll upon the beleaguered Tau. Shadowsun hunted down
Cheers,
and
you
slew
guys.
Storm Seer Subada, causing his mist spell to dissipate. But by then the gates of Furion Peak had yawned wide. Scores of Imperial knights sallied forth, cannons blasting the Tau army, until the forest road was a churned mess of craters. Many of Shadowsun's most trusted teams had to give their lives to secure her escape. She swore to honor their sacrifice by redoubling her efforts in the expansion of the Third Sphere. Prefectia. Directly in the sights of Shadowsun's new offensive was the Dovar system. Around the star Dovaris orbited the Gilded Worlds, a system impossibly rich in precious metals. Yet, mountains of platinum and gold are as meaningless to the greater good as notions of individual wealth. The only resources precious to the Tau are those that can be turned to their empire's expansion, such as energy sources that can drive the ever-evolving technology of their fleets. The planet Prefectia was not only an ideal staging post from which to engineer the collapse of the entire Dovar system, it was also an untapped reservoir of geomagnetic energy. The Imperium, in its typically myopic fashion, had fashioned the world into a planet-sized fortress, for it stood between the Xenos-haunted reaches of the Eastern Fringe and the Gilded Worlds. In their ignorance, they had harnessed but a fraction of Prefectia's potential and exhausted the planet's garrison, the better to wage war upon Agrellan and Voltaris. This was a fact that offended and appalled the Earth-caste scientists who studied it. Properly terraformed, Prefectia would become a dynamo that would boost the Tau's conquest of the Segmentum into overdrive. So it was that Shadowsun's expeditionary force turned its attention to Prefectia, the United Castes bringing ruin to the planet's bastion networks and munition hives just as they had to Agrellan. The Imperial commanders, in many ways, glad the Tau had pressed no further towards Dovaris, sent in their legions for a new phase of war. As with so many other conflicts over the millennia, the planet-consuming struggle for Prefectia started with a single mission. A complex aerial ambush launched by the Raven Guard proved more than a match for the aircraft of the Tau. Many Xenos craft were sent plummeting in flames towards the planet's surface. Amongst them, the personal orca of honoured ethereal Eondu. As the ethereal's transport veered through low atmosphere, Eondu was ejected safely, his life pod plummeting towards Prefectia's surface. There the aircast pilots had been
Stupid Mercils.
Either the Tau would recover their lost ethereal in good time and hence secure a vital morale boost, or the Raven Guard would strike them a mortal blow. Chapter Master Corvin Severax himself had issued orders to the strike force that sought Eondu. They were not only to locate the Tau leader, but capture rather than kill him. Over the course of the wars on either side of the Damocles Gulf, the Imperium had divined that the Tau ethereal caste was of spiritual as well as political importance to their society. The interrogation and dissection of such a highly placed being could yield the secrets needed to scour the Tau from the galaxy forever. It had been Shadow Captain Solak of the 5th Company who Thunderhawk had sent Eondu planetside, and it was Solak entrusted with his capture. Anticipating the trajectories of the scattering life pods as best he could, Solak launched a series of interlocking strikes against the Tau, who were scrambling to retrieve their downed leader. Despite leading many of these actions personally, Solak found his rapier-swift attacks blunted by the stealth tactics of the Burning Dawn infiltration cadre. Though it pained the Shadow Captain to admit it, the Tau Force's own leader, Shasu Starshroud, was every bit as adept at guerrilla warfare as he. Through battle-scarred cities and ember-lit storm fronts, the two forces clashed again and again, each trying every stratagem, ambush and feint they could to deceive, to outguess, and outmaneuver the other. The ash-strewn wilderness was streaked with the blood of Space Marine and fire-cast warrior alike, when Solak finally ran his prey to ground. Yet the Tau had one last defense. As a volley of mass-reactive bolts streaked out towards the last of Eondu's bodyguard, a shimmering dome of force crackled into being around the ethereal and detonated the missiles at a safe distance. Eondu and the Burning Dawn infiltration cadre fell back to awaiting Orca transport, leaving Captain Solak seething with fury. Opening moves. Intending to claim another swathe of Imperial space, Ionvar's expeditionary force had forged a path towards the Gilded Worlds and invaded Prefectia in strength. In doing so, the Tau Vanguard had crossed swords with the Adeptus Astartes. Commander Shadowsun quickly took charge, using the Imperial's belligerence against them in a series of Kaon traps. Though the initial clash upon Prefectia had grown intense, the battle for control of the surrounding worlds had barely begun. Bypassing Voltaris as they forged on through the Imperium, the Tau fleets took battle to Doth, Deliquance, and Caradon, making inroads into Imperial territory so quickly that the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum found them nigh impossible to stop. As for Prefectia itself, reinforcements were already inbound. No fewer than 8 Space Marine chapters engaged in simultaneous planet strikes that struck every major landmass within the same terrifying hour. The Raven Guard were foremost amongst them. In a remote briefing with Chapter Master Severax, Kavan's strike was ordered to follow up the initial strikes of Shadow Force Solak, hunting down Tau commanders amongst Prefectia's electro-mine complexes. Using the fissure known as Venture Scar to anchor their operation, Shrike's plan was to assess the Tau, wait for them to commit in force, then dive in to capitalize on the enemy's position. However, the Raven Guard, watching carefully, found not a single vulnerability to exploit. Their stealth craft was matched, step for step, by that of Supreme Commander Oshishira. The White Scars showed little such restraint. Dispatched immediately after warp translation from Voltaris, the chapter sent in as many warriors as it could. Kusaro Khan organized sweeping assaults across the planet, but took only his most trusted hunters on the quest to slay Commander Shadowsun. With him rode a Stormlance Battle Demi Company of the 3rd Element of the 1st Company and a spear-tipped strike. Each of the White Scars was anxious to strike a decisive blow before their Raven Guard allies emerged from their hideouts. At the mention of Shadowsun's name, the Khan's blood ran hot, and his mood became stormy and dark. The grudging respect he felt for her tenacity and skill had not dimmed his desire to claim her head. Yet he would rather it be the glorious blade Moonfang that took her life, not some soot-blackened knife or a bolt in the back. She was a formidable foe, and deserved the clean death he had sworn to enact. The 3rd Company had seen their brothers in the Raven Guard fight with astonishing skill and speed, but that did not mean the White Scars admired their way of war. To hide in the shadows, to watch and wait like assassins in the dark, these notions did not sit well with the Khan. Having engaged her twice before, Khosrow Khan knew his foe Shadowsun well enough. He resolved not to strike straight at the city-sized command nexus to the southeast of the electromine complexes. The chances of her being in so obvious a locale were slim to none, and in his opinion, the location was almost certainly the bait for a trap. Instead, the Khan sought to strike the smaller forces she had deployed around the southern Scars, hoping to drive his nemesis from hiding, or bring such destruction to her people that she had no choice but to meet him in battle. Within hours of making planetfall in the no-man's land east of Atlasi Hive, the White Scars had identified 3 Tau outposts in their proximity. In addition to the command nexus, these outposts, each consisting of several walled hexagonal strongholds reminiscent of the castles of Voltaris, were standing vigil over the speedways that linked the hives of the southern Scars. It amused the Khan to see the Tau adopting the use of defensive structures similar to those that had served mankind since the days of its infancy. Each stronghold had battlements and disc-like towers from which the Tau could rain fire upon any who sought to bypass them. A formidable tactic, to be sure, but one that the speed and ferocity of the White Scars had been honed by millennia to break wide open. The Khan took the measure of his prey like a circling eagle. He dispatched his ground forces from Thunderhawk landing sites, giving the Tau outposts a wide berth and attacking them from several directions at once. Yet the hexagonal fortifications too were traps, artifices of deceptive lethality, laid as lures for the unwary. After the costly lessons of Voltaris, Shadowsun had dwelt upon the Imperial's propensity to fortify areas of ground they considered significant. By mirroring this tactic, she led her enemies to adopt the mindset of the siege, and hence fall into a set of interlocking Kion traps. The White Scars split their attack en route to the battleground. They assaulted the individual strongholds simultaneously, intending to deny them any chance of mutual support. The Khan's instructions had been to jink through enemy fire with a zigzagging forked lightning attack before gaining the walls and engaging each battlement's defenders at close quarters. But as the thrusting spear tips of the White Scars' assaults drew closer, they found the structures themselves rising on cushions of anti-grav energy and hovering away from them. The mobile defences slowly gathered pace as the storm of fire from the battlements thickened. They were not large structures at all, but linked collections of ramparts that broke apart and moved even as the White Scars charged. The Tau's network of perfect geometric shapes unfolded. Battlements and towers furthest from the attackers divided and moved outward, so their extended arms flanked the onrushing White Scars. Perturbed by these developments, the Khan ordered his forces to split off, flanking the outstretched arms of the enemy fortifications in their turn. Tau battlesuits that had been hidden behind each arm were quick to stymie their advance, and the main thrust of each attack found itself.
Why do you find a way to pick apart my stability?
Networks were in keeping with their overall approach to the war. The Firecast made use of highly mobile fortifications, held aloft and propelled across the battlefield by carefully stabilized grav repulsor engines. These self-contained redoubts can be used to attack, defend, or lure in enemy forces, the better to ensure their destruction. The Tidewall drone port nests 4 drones around its circumference. These supporting assets can detach at a single command, swiftly redeploying in order to add their firepower or support functions wherever they are most needed. All the while, the Tau aboard the platform continue to hammer their foes with shots, protected from the furious return fire of the foe by the mobile bunker in which they crouch. The Tidewall gun rig has a fearsome amount of firepower from the railgun and is the bane of all who face the Tau in battle. Able to massacre infantry with its air-bursting submunitions, or destroy even the heaviest tanks with a single solid round, The railgun is amongst the most potent battlefield weapons in the galaxy. Mounted upon a mobile gun rig, it becomes deadlier still, for its ability to support the infantry aboard their floating bunker means that there is no foe the Firecast warriors and their Tidewall gun rig cannot overcome. Tidewall shield lines incorporate energized force walls. The hovering Tidewall shield lines of the Firecast are highly mobile defenses. Relocating at will, these structures can flex and move the better to resist the most determined attacks, and suffer none of the drawbacks common to static strongpoints, such as being bypassed or surrounded. The White Scars. Like the spear hurled from a hunter's hand, the White Scars punch through the enemy's defences to pierce their heart and deliver a death blow. For all their lethality and speed, however, the sons of Chagoris on Prefectia faced a challenge more deadly than any they had known before. An entire world of traps set to ensnare, confuse, and destroy. Mounted upon their mechanical steeds, the White Scars roar into battle. The snarl of their bikes' engines is like the growling of hunting beasts, while the hammer of their bolters rings the death knell for foes beyond number. Drawn from the nomadic horse tribes of their homeworld, Chagoris, the White Scars are the finest bike-mounted warriors in all the Imperium. They use every iota of their skill as plains hunters to stalk and encircle their quarry before making a killing strike. The White Scars do not simply mount headlong charges against the odds, though they might appear tribal and barbaric to outsiders. Every Space Marine in the White Scars chapter possesses a deep-rooted pragmatism and a predator's cunning. When they strike, the White Scars are like the storm. Their speed that of the howling wind, their strength that of the sky-shattering thunderbolt. Yet they always strive to ensure that the enemy have been scouted, their strengths gauged, and their measures taken before battle begins. It was a strike force centered around the warriors of the White Scars' Third Company that came to make war upon Prefectia. These huntsmen had already had ample opportunity to learn the strengths and weaknesses of their prey. Led by the noble Kasaro Khan, this great hunt comprised warriors who had fought in several major engagements around the Damocles Gulf. When Commander Shadowsun led her mighty coalition against the hives of Agrellan, Khan and his warriors had been there, fighting up until the very last moment against the invading Xenos. Following their crushing defeat, the Imperium turned the tables upon Oshashira and caught her forces in a trap upon Voltaris. There too had fought the Khan and his men. Prefectia would thus be the third world upon which Kusaro's hunt had battled the Tau, and the third upon which his vow to take the head of the Xenos commander would be tested. Though the White Scars won a decisive victory upon Voltaris, Kusaro Khan still had a warrior oath to fulfill. This fact did not sit well with the fiery-tempered White Scar, and he would not allow Shadowsun to slip through his fingers again. Another concern chafed at the White Scars as they deployed onto the dust-choked surface of Prefectia. Far away, across the vast gulf of space, their homeworld faced attack from an overwhelming force of Chaos Renegades. Word had reached the Khan's fellow captains of this fight for survival, and many of the White Scars were desperate to discharge their oaths of duty in the Damocles war zone so that they could make haste back to Chagoris. They wished to lend their strength to the defense of their homeworld, or to avenge their brothers should the unthinkable have come to pass. Thus, all of the White Scars' frustrations and anger was directed at the Tau upon Prefectia, and especially against their leader, Commander Shadowsun. Here was a foe who had lived far beyond her deserved span, despite the best efforts of the Khan and his warriors. In doing so, she kept them from the defense of their homeworld, trapping them in a faraway war for much longer than any could have believed possible. The prey's stubborn tenacity and evasive cunning had goaded the White Scars to new heights of fury. And so, they rode out from their first engagements on Prefectia with a righteous fire burning in their breasts. They would run their prey to the ground at last and return her head to Chagoris in triumph. The breaking of the blades. In the macro strategy of Kion, the patient hunter, none were more skilled than Commander Shadowsun, just as there were no souls on the eastern fringe more proficient in lightning-fast attacks than Kasaro Khan. On Prefectia, these two extraordinary hunters' contrasting skills would be tested against each other once more. Oshishira's traps had been long set, their resolutions rehearsed over and over. Wherever the Adeptus Astartes broke out of her kill zones, cadres hidden in the canyons and fissures of Prefectia's crust sped in to intercept, closing the net once more. Hundreds of Space Marines died in these opening stages of the war, and a great many more were sorely wounded. Where the mobile defense networks closed upon their prey, the crossfire was so intense that they could hardly reposition without drifting over the pulse-blasted corpses of their fallen. For the moment, Shadow Sun remained aloof.
Thanks, bro. It's
Content
getting there.
to watch the carnage on her drone net relays with a faint smile on her lips. The Khan, however, was an enemy of surpassing skill. The Huntmaster led his Stormlance Battle Demi Company against the outposts west of Siphonid Complex, a long dam-like structure of ruined habs and generatoriums, with the base being closest to the Tau Command Nexus, hovering in the southeast. The Khan considered the site the most likely to receive swift reinforcement. Rather than assign one of his sergeants to its destruction, he took the mission upon himself, hoping to find a challenge worthy of his blade in the process. He was not disappointed. The White Scar's captain had organized his attack well in advance. His demi-company roared from the ice of the Siphonid complex to fall upon the grouped hexagon networks of the Tau. At the same time, a spear-tipped strike of bikers peeled off from the strike forces negotiating vigorous Scar's labyrinthine infrastructure, taking a sharp eastern course to fall upon the Tau site from the west. The land speeders of the Khan's Stormbringer squadron blasted from the ash storm to the south, effortlessly carving over the crevasses that radiated from Thanor Spar. The three-pronged attack closed on the Tau outpost with perfect timing. Bike-mounted hunters jinked through incoming pulse rifle fire, leaning in the saddle and using the solid weight of their machines as a shield. Even those knocked down by direct hits righted their bikes and rejoined the attack, for their power armor was proof against the small arms fire of the Tau atop the battlements. The Khan's Demi Company attacked from upwind, firing the smoke launchers of their rhinos and razorbacks one after another to ensure a thick grey haze preceded their assault. The tactic proved invaluable.
It's easy for the screen to steal our time.
Advance and destroying the cohesion of his assault. Their deadly projectiles dented and even laid open the transports in places, but did not stop them. The razorback vicious knife slew to a halt, its side doors thrown open long enough for two las cannon-armed devastators to take their shots. Twin beams of intense light pierced the smoke, and the barrels of the railgun atop the gun tower crashed down in flame to send fire warriors scurrying for safety. The chasseur in command of the defense network made note of the terrain and the biker's speed, and was still confident he had time to blunt and encircle the incoming assault. The missile fire of the crisis battlesuits supporting the main garrison sent many oncoming vehicles pinwheeling into the ash drifts. Their intent was to cut the leading elements from each advancing column until their charges were neutralized completely. As the Tide Wall defense network began to unfold, the firepower of the Tau garrison thickened with deadly effect. Yet they had not taken into account the superior skill the White Scars possess in navigating their steeds through war-torn battlefields. With a series of jinks and slides and low turns, the bikers pushed their vehicles to their maximum and hit the defense several moments sooner than the Tau had anticipated. Even as the ranked fire warriors atop the battlements scrabbled for their photon grenades, the White Scars were upon them. Battlesuits boosted away, jets flaring, just as Stormbringer squadron flew out of the clouds behind them, missiles punching diagonally down to scatter the crisis suits in disarray. Red-helmed veterans roared out of the skies alongside the squadron's Storm Talon gunship, bolt pistols hammering deadly explosions into the jetpacks of their battle-suited prey. Their chainswords were not far behind, whirling around to finish the job wherever their headlong charge sent crisis suits sprawling. The Tau gun sights were soon under fierce attack. The jaws of each trap broken wide. Each rampart structure was hit by hissing melter beams that forced breaches in its outer walls. Rhino personal carriers followed close behind. Teams of tactical marines burst out from the side doors to shoulder through the wall breaches in cherry-red gobbets of molten alloy. The Tau fire warriors recovered quickly, pouring fire down into the space marines clambering up onto the ramparts. Here and there, the defenders sent a white scar tumbling away. But with the hunting force stitching explosive bolts across the battlements, the garrison found it practically impossible to repel the attack. The Khan himself gained the walls, Moonfang swinging in bloody arcs as he roared his chapter's battle cry. When Terminator-armoured veterans teleported in to join their captain atop the battlements, the butchery of the Tau garrison force began in earnest. Traps and snares. Commander Shadowsun had been watching with great interest as the White Scars attacked. By monitoring which of her bases fared the worst, she divined the most likely whereabouts of her nemesis, for the Khan was the most fearsome of his kind. He would soon find himself assailed in turn, and without a shred of mercy. Oshishara's cadres were hidden by overlapping stealth fields in the fissures running north to south across the blasted landscape. Ever since the Imperials entered low orbit, these independent armies had lain in wait, ready to reinforce any one of the free outposts Oshishira had set up as bait for her pursuers. The strongholds, each a self-contained snare, were themselves lures for a larger trap. Commander Shadowsun and her forces moved in as soon as the Khan's warriors had disembarked from their vehicles. Borne by a shoal of sleek devilfish transports, Shadowsun's cadre reached the site of the Khan's attack just as the Tau garrison was taking its last stand. Her personal cadre disembarked silently, its stealth teams hidden by electro-mag baffles as they encircled the battle, while the Riptide kept its distance behind a ruin to hide its location. As the White Scars closed in, the fire-cast garrison prepared to sell their lives as dearly as possible. It came as a great relief when the Tau turned to find an entire army of allies right behind them. The first sign of Shadowsun's attack was the hissing roar of fusion blasters, aimed not at the White Scars, but at the Tide Wall gun rig. Already damaged, the tower crumpled, toppled and crashed down. Shouting for aerial backup, Khosrow Khan took the head from the last Tau on the rampart a moment before the tower's immense weight smashed down, crushing the Khan and his Terminator comrades into the dirt. Stealth teams boosted onto the ruined battlements, blasting White Scars from the walkways and pouring burst cannon fire into the sprawling bodies. The Riptide emerged from a distant ruin, heavy burst cannon spitting plasma. The White Scars were making their last stand when the Khan's emergency request for air cover quickly saw Imperial gunships hurtled down by the dozen. Their strafing runs broke the noose. Shadowsun was pulling tight around the Khan's men, driving away her air-cast cover and forcing her to withdraw to safer ground. Oshishira had lain low, her nemesis, but their vendetta was far from resolved. The Raven Guard. Shadow-shrouded killers. The battle brothers of the Raven Guard used stealth, daring, and rapid redeployment to pick their foes apart. The enemy are left reeling, unable to execute their own plans for fear of showing their backs to the gleaming talons of the Raven Guard. Before long, all that remains are corpses left for carrion birds. Cold, calculating, and utterly lethal, the Raven Guard are a measured instrument of death to their foes. In these dark-eyed warriors' hearts, the light of the Imperium burns just as hot as it does in any other chapter. Yet the Raven Guard choose to fight from the shadows. Such were the teachings of their Primarch, Corvus Corax, a warrior whose talents in the art of stealth were so great no mortal could perceive his presence unless he willed it. Corax taught his sons the way of cunning and misdirection, forging his legion into a subtler weapon than those of his brothers. It was well that he did. Degeneration in the chapter's gene seed, and possibly brought about following the catastrophes of the Horus Heresy, saw the Raven Guard left with a paucity of genetic material with which to implant new recruits. The chapter survived its misfortunes, but with a reduced ability to replace its losses that meant that, for the Raven Guard, more than any other chapter, the life of every battle brother was precious. Despite all this, the Raven Guard never shrank from battle. If the moment required it, the Scions of Korax hurled themselves headlong into battle with murderous intensity, facing the most terrible odds and tearing bloody victory from the battlefield with their talons unsheathed. However, where some chapters met their foes head-on as a matter of course, the Raven Guard always sought to stack the odds in their favour before proceeding to take apart the enemy. Over the millennia, such doctrines have made the Raven Guard an insular brotherhood, their warriors quiet and withdrawn. They keep their own counsel and share strategic intelligence with their allies only when necessary, a tendency that infuriates their brother chapters to the point of genuine mistrust. Such was certainly the case in the wars around the Damocles Gulf. Led by their chapter master, Corvin Severax, the warriors of the Raven Guard had now fought in countless engagements against the Tau of the Third Sphere expansion. However, though, they had battled alongside the White Scars, the Knights of House Terran, and other Imperial Guard forces many times. The Raven Guard remained guarded and aloof. They struck at their foes without warning and often without support, and engaged in military actions without informing the wider Imperial army of their plans. At times, if they believed that their Vox channels were compromised and that the Tau might be listening, the Raven Guard even told their allies one thing and then did entirely another. There could be no doubt that the methods of the Raven Guard worked. That much was attested. Mistrust ran within the very blood of the Raven Guard. The betrayals of the Horus Heresy stamped upon their gene seed for all time. Thus, hampered by a lack of communication and empathy, the Raven Guard drove a wedge between themselves and the rest of the Imperial Crusade, with each new display of disregard. Ash and shadows. The Raven Guard stalked the southern scars and the shadows of the abandoned Aquilin hive, intent on reaping a high tally from the Tau defenders. It was Kayvan Shrike of the Third Company, who had been entrusted with finding and exploiting the weaknesses of the Tau that had claimed.
Wow, what happened?
The heavily defended shield zones of the fortress world burned with the fires of conquest. 8 chapters of the Space Marines launched assaults against the forces of a dozen seps across the planet. Shrike had instead chosen to confine his efforts to the electromine complexes of the southern scars. He felt sure that a Tau commander would value the raw energy resource they represented. He was equally confident that Shadow Sun would not lead from the front line, but instead coordinate the war effort from the least likely of locations in order to escape a confrontation with Khosrow Khan. As the Raven Guard commanding officer on Prefectia, Captain Shrike had not only the entire Third Company under his command, but elements of the 2nd, several scout squads of the 10th, the finest vanguard veterans of the 1st, and a Raptor wing of gunships from the armory, as well as various specialist elements. He split the 3rd Company into 2, assigning scouts to each Pinion Battle Demi Company and keeping his most mobile forces in reserve at Aquilin Hive. Shrike took his own force west into the valleys of Venture Scar and deployed 2nd Company Chaplain Leifin Torovak to the north.
We'll check it out here in a hot minute.
Who first encountered the Tau sighted near the outlying habs of Aquilin Hive. Torovak was a prudent man, but after days of waiting, even his patience was wearing thin. The White Scars had already launched a high-speed assault on the Tau near Siphonid Complex, but Shrike had asked Torovak to keep long-range Vox to a minimum, the better to avoid the Tau interception of their transmissions. Torovak's scouts had reported a Tau formation nearby that he judged ripe for a sudden devastating attack. The chaplain moved out, ordering his strike force's transports to peel off in a wide loop as the rest advanced on foot. He would crush the Tau contesting Venture Scar with a double assault. First with a feint, and then with a feast of unbound slaughter. Dulling their weaponry's gleam with the ash crunching underfoot, Torovak's Space Marines slid silently from the shadows of Aquilin Hive's great spires. The Tau army they sought was soon visible on the horizon, for the Raven Guard had crept ever nearer to the foe over the last few days until they were in striking distance. The enemy force, gathered around the ruins of a derelict electro-mine, matched Shrike's description of a hunter cadre. Nothing a demi company couldn't handle, thought Taravak. He commanded his men to hunker down and wait, guns ready. Taravak's warriors watched the Tau make ready as a loose cloud of ash betrayed their convoy of heavy vehicles. The fire-cast warriors seemed not to notice them at first, for ash storms were common in this part of the world. In truth, they were waiting for the opportune time to strike. When half a dozen Raven Guard tanks growled out of the twilight, the Tau quickly formed up into a battle line, many of their teams redeploying onto the tidewall defences at their back. The broadsides in their midst merely swiveled on their waist gimbals before opening hostilities. Raising box-like weapon gauntlets, the battlesuits fired fusillades of missiles that tore into the oncoming tanks with killing force, ripping open hulls and even overturning the rhinos closing in. Firestorms whirled as small arms fire added to the fusillade. But not a single space marine was to be seen, living or dead. The transports were empty, the risky but cunning decoy executed by noble machine spirits alone. Taravak and his men, having stalked through the shadows the moment the Tau had opened fire, burst from the ruins with bolters blazing. Explosions blossomed across the Tau lines. Sniper fire from scouts, bellied down in the ash, took the heads from Tau officers in puffs of blood. Wherever the strike force's devastators struck, mutilated corpses and disembodied limbs flew into the air in great measure. Chaplain Taravak chanted the rites of retribution as he led his demi-company forward, each well-aimed bolt from his pistol sending a Tau warrior sprawling into the ash. The suddenness of the attack was terrifying, a weapon in itself, and one the Raven Guard were well versed in using. Taravak's surprise attack was impressive, but the Tau's resolve would not crumble so easily. Shadow Sun had entrusted the northern Aquilon site to Chassot Swiftflame, a Violan commander, well versed in the art of misdirection. Taravak had seen vulnerability in the Tau line, only because Swiftflame had wished it so. Wherever the Raven Guard had seen 5 warriors, there were concealed 20 more. Wherever scout snipers bullseyed Tau officers, they in fact killed line infantrymen who had agreed to play the role of decoys in the name of the Tova, for their dedication to the greater good was total. To Taravak's horror, the structures he had taken for static defences rose upwards and moved away on anti-grav fields, revealing beneath them serried ranks of Tau strike teams. Those fire warriors crouched behind the battlements stud up, levelling storms of pulse energy into the ranks of the tactical marines fighting towards them. The skimmer tanks in the midst of the hunter cadre rose up to unveil whole warbands of quell-crested Kroot, the alien auxiliaries, hooting and cawing as they bounded towards the Raven Guard on long, muscular limbs. Taravak voxed again and again for backup, pulling his warriors back into a defensive phalanx and ordering them to take cover where they could. What had started as a well-orchestrated kill strike had quickly devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. Flight of the Ravens. High above the sparse clouds of ash that girdled Aquilon Hive, unblinking eyes stared at the explosions lighting the sprawl. Massed squads of Raven Guard were perched in a nest of decommissioned gun clusters, jump packs like stubby wings behind their broad shoulders. A vox crackle, a series of tight snapping sounds, and the assault marines vaulted from their gargoyle-studded roosts into freefall, angling their arms to correct their headlong dive into a steep swoop. The Blackwing Assault Brotherhood of the 8th headed west, seeking to reinforce Captain Shrike as he led a new assault north of Adlassi Hive. The veterans of the 1st flipped in mid-flight and touched down half a mile below, leaping from broken pillar to shattered statue before blasting towards the carnage at Venture Scar. A Stormwing roared from the sky shield of a nearby spire. The Ceramite fist of a Storm Raven gunship flanked by 2 smaller Storm Talon escort craft as it overtook the diving assault marines. In their wake, 2 squadrons of T-shaped Tau fighters emerged from the far side of the hive, following the contrails of the Imperial gunships to the battle below. The Storm Raven and its escorts, too preoccupied with their attack, continued on their sharp diagonal intercept course for the ground battle. Their assault cannons and heavy bolters spat death even as the gunships pierced the thin ash clouds. Xenos infantry and battle suits alike were cut down, guns falling silent as the shadow of the attack craft passed overhead. A disc-like gun rig pivoted as it tracked one of the Storm Talon gunships, its heavy railgun hypervelocity shots punching through the body of the craft with such force its mechanical innards exploded from its hull. The other 2 assault...
I wanted the word cuppa as in...
once more on an attack run that saw the gun tower reduced to a bullet-riddled shell. In the smoke-shrouded melee below, the Raven Guard were fighting for their lives. Stalking tactical marines traded bolt shells for the dancing red dots of Pathfinder marker lights, only to be sent sprawling in puffs of blood by the veering missiles of the battlesuits teams behind the Tau lines. The Devastators, so ruinously effective in the first few minutes of the battle, had lost half their number to the flickering crossfire of the stealth teams shimmering in the middle distance. Even the Stormwing found itself caught in the jaws of a trap as the 2 squadrons of Tau razor sharks trailing them fell into pursuit patterns. Had the pilots not dived away into Venture Sky itself, they would have been taken down by sheer weight of fire. Here, the Raven Guard's lack of cohesion with their brother chapters had cost them dearly. In every warrior's mind, a seed of doubt began to blossom into the notion of utter defeat. To hunt their nemesis. It was no secret that Shadow Sun was the mastermind behind the Tau war machine. Not only had she crossed swords with the White Scars in person upon Agrelin and Voltaris, her image was also broadcast far and wide by the Watercast, for the ethereal supreme Eun Va had long held her up as an exemplar of the greater good. Such propaganda only inflamed the tempers of the Space Marine captains who were eager to see her death. On Prefectia, the opening engagements of the war had exasperated matters. Kisaro Khan, in particular, after his defeat near Siphanid Complex, was now desperate to claim Shadow Sun's life and salvage some honor as a result. Many drone vid captures of the White Scars captain, roaring and swearing, had made their way back to the Xenos commander, but she had listened to each auto-translation with no more reaction than an archly raised brow. The Chasseur Tal, the Tau High Command, saw a new weapon in the growing aggravation their forces were causing. If the Imperial forces planetside could be goaded into a state of high agitation, it would not be long before they made a costly mistake. Instead of backing away from the sudden surge of aggression exhibited by Prefectia's Space Marine chapters and Astra Militarum regiments, the Tau encouraged it. The Firecast used its own cadres as bait, leaving seemingly vulnerable assets across the planet, only to withdraw from the field in flight-capable transports or melt away into maze-like industrial complexes whenever the enemy attacked in force. Sightings of Shadow Sun became so frequent they were often simultaneous, further adding to the Khan's anger as he deployed and redeployed over and over again. Every night, his strike forces burned enough promethium to power a hab block for a month. Every day his warriors chewed through crate after crate of bolter ammunition as they engaged the outlying elements of Tau patrols. And still Shadow Sun evaded their grip. Yet the ire of the Imperial war machine was not to be ignored. Though she had remained one step ahead of her pursuers, Shadow Sun could not rest, not even for a moment. Should she stay longer than a few hours in one place, the sound of gunship, boosters, jump packs, or roaring bike engines would soon be picked up by her perimeter sensors. As the long days of Prefectia's new war unfolded, even the ice-cool Shadow Sun felt the fires of emotion flare bright within her. Commander Sternshield. A master of adaptive defense and a deft hand in breaking his foes before they even realize battle has been joined, Commander Sternshield has proven himself invaluable to Commander Shadow Sun. He is a level-headed traditionalist, driven by a simple, abiding love of his people, and has proven a dangerous foe to the warriors of the Imperium. No enemy has ever broken through the masterful guard of Chasseau-Tour Tassar. The resilience, patience, and skill of this veteran commander are renowned throughout the Firecast academies of Tau. Sternshield specializes in the Keon method of battle, deploying his devoted hunter cadre as the shield for which he is named. Otassar waits for the perfect moment to interrupt and blunt the enemy's attack, his cadre surging into battle in a fleet of Orca dropships with anti-grav defenses magnified beneath their hulls. Around his cadre fly dedicated aircast escort craft, whose task is to ensure the transports make it safely to their drop zone. Piloting a flight-capable Cold Star battlesuit, the commander often joins these aerial defenders, plunging selflessly into explosive dogfights with enemy fighters and blasting them from the sky. Once Sternshield's forces reach their target coordinates, he sees it as his duty to be everywhere at once. The commander oversees his cadre with a perfectionist's touch, dropping from the skies along the line to direct warriors into optimal positions and command the careful placement of tide wall drone ports and shield lines. His Firecast warriors calmly ready themselves for the onset of the foe, with spare ammunition ready and exfiltration plans firmly committed to memory. They know that the prey will be upon them soon enough, and are confident that Sternshield has already foreseen their every move. When the enemy attack, Sternshield truly shows the meaning of his given name. Most often, his victims do not expect to encounter resistance in a sector that just minutes earlier seemed free of foes. Thus, rushing to reach their intended battle site, Sternshield's prey runs straight into the guns of his ambush forces. The force of their onrushing blow suddenly and viciously blunted. In the battle that follows, the commander maneuvers his forces with masterful skill, knowing that to tilt the battle line to deflect the aggression of the foe, when to give ground, and when to stand firm and strike back. All the while, as his enemies exhaust themselves against his fluid defences, Sternshield wreaks havoc amongst them. Guns blazing, the dynamic leader can always be found where his followers need him most, striking down those who would harm them with a paternal, protective fury. Sternshield deployed his hunter cadre and prefecture with speed and precision, keeping them ready to respond to threats at a moment's notice. He utilized a method of Keon warfare that proved extremely effective in such actions as the defeat of the Heaven's Crag offensive and the destruction of the famed Imperial Knight, Boralis. At Heaven's Crag, enemy forces surged in, massing their strength to overrun the seemingly thin line of tower defences. Yet somehow, with each savage thrust of attack, the Space Marines found themselves stymied, the strength of their blows turned aside or wasted upon targets who were no longer there. Otassar directed his hunter cadre's every feint and counterstrike with the skill of a masterful tactician. Fire warriors and pathfinders pelted their foes with swift volleys before melting away once more to leave the enemy bloody and wrong-footed. The commander envisioned his forces as a shield, mangled to deflect the furious strikes of the foe, though without the sort of needless attrition and unacceptable losses that so often characterized battles fought by the Imperium. No matter how hard the enemy pressed their attack, no matter the weaknesses that appeared in their lines, Commander Sternshield never launched an all-out counteroffensive. Instead, he watched with patience while his power-armored enemies expanded their energy in fruitless attempts to land a telling blow. All the while, the Tau sniped away at choice targets. Strike teams whittled down the foe's strength with enfilading fire, while breacher teams and pathfinders launched localized counterattacks to further stagger the enemy advance. Mobile defense lines played a great part in Sternshield's plans over the course of the battle. His warriors used tide wall drone ports and hit and fade attacks to pull the foe at oblique angles across the front of their skimming bunkers and barricades. Then they rode their gravetic fortifications away from the advancing foe while cutting them apart with massive firepower. Only once the enemy was reeling, overextended, and weakened beyond endurance, did Commander Sternshield strike the final blow. Like a dueling knight, finally putting his exhausted foe out of their misery, Sternshield dropped into battle in his Cold Star battle.
Whether you're a
Dropping down alongside Stern Shield's escorts were the crisis team Sureflame, led by the resourceful Shasvra Tuvaulan. Their fusion blasters hissed as they seared through vulnerable rear armor to detonate the clumsy Imperial vehicles in a string of massive fireballs. Flames roared and burst cannons chattered as the foe's surviving infantry, already panicked and in complete disarray, were finally gunned down and finished off. In a matter of minutes, a strategy that claimed hundreds of lives over the course of several harrowing days was brought to a bloody conclusion. Soon, only Tau warriors stood triumphant over the mangled bodies of their foe. Blood from the skies. Whilst the spider, at the centre of Prefectia's defence, carefully spun her web, her lieutenant commanders baited the foe on every conceivable front. Foremost amongst them was Commander Sternshield. During early engagements against the Imperium, Sternshield had learned his battlesuit was small enough to evade the macro scanners of the Imperial Armada and sophisticated enough to baffle the Auspex sensors of their aircraft. He had made the long, lonely journey into orbit, and using bulk transports for cover, maglocked his Cold Star to the exterior of the Imperial Navy ship, the Duty's Call. By boosting to the hull directly above the command bridge, Stern Shield's sensors penetrate box scramblers and sentinel fields, protecting the Imperial war briefings from enemy espionage. His auto-translator uncovered secrets invaluable to Shadow Sun's initial strategy in several key war zones. Though Stern Shield's sortie had succeeded, it had not been authorized by High Command. When Shadow Sun assigned commanders a mission to engage and occupy the Guron Shah, known as the White Scars, the commander realized his display of initiative had earned him a place on the most fiercely contested front of the Tau war effort, a place that would test his abilities to the limit. Sternshield embraced his task wholeheartedly. He took an armoured column across the sprawling desert of the Yutch Clutch. The Firecast had learned through bitter experience that the White Scars, relying heavily on their vehicles, were especially likely to respond to military targets crossing open ground. Soon enough, proximity alerts warned of enemies on the horizon converging fast. The commander readied his teams. His cadre's infantry elements were ready to embark upon their transports and race away as soon as the gunships at the ends of the column opened fire. Air-cast pilots circled high above, ready to engage at a transmitted command. Sternshield's plan was to give ground in the centre, turning his battle line into a drop concave curve that allowed his vanguard and rearguard to catch the attackers in a crossfire. The tactic had worked against Orc and Arakan alike, and Sternshield saw no reason why it would not work against the brutish humans of the Imperium. At first, the long-range firepower levelled by the commander's column appeared to be on target. Great plumes of charcoal grey ash stitched the desert. To his mounting alarm, however, he saw the White Scars veering their vehicles left and right with such skill that even his best tank gunners were missing their marks. The Imperials were closing fast, and they too had aerial support. Compact, thuggish gunships with stubby wings and impressive profusions of heavy weaponry. At his command, Sternshield's aircast cadres moved in from both sides, forcing the Space Marine craft to run a gauntlet in the skies as their fellows did below. The commander smiled as Razor Shark strike fighters and Sun Shark bombers converged on the enemy, cannons spitting. Then, disaster struck. The largest Imperial gunship was surrounded by a corona of crackling white energy, an aura that swiftly grew into a storm of electricity. Crackling tendrils lashed out like taloned hands, crashing across the aircast squadrons and knocking them from the skies in blazes of white flame. Sternshield's team leader suspected some new technology, but the commander believed it to be something worse. This was likely the Gulak mind science encountered on Voltaris, much feared and little understood. He could not ask his pilots to answer such a threat. Triggering his jet engines, Sternshield shot vertically into the sky, brought his weapon systems online, and dived, guns blazing, towards the Imperial craft. Truly, the White Scars had brought the storm. The booming din of their bolter fire grew in volume until it rolled across the dune like the roar of the tempest, and the zigzagging charge of their bikers struck the Tau lines like thunderbolts. The skies were lit by forks of lightning, for the librarian inside the largest Imperial gunship, Storm Seer Gulud High, was summoning ever more power to attend him. The crackling discharges sent the light aircraft of the Tau into fatal tailspins whenever they got close. The sons of Primarch Jagatai Khan had never taken defeat well, and their vengeance was terrible to behold. Sternshield swooped into the midst of the Imperial gunships and speeders, swerving through thick streams of bolts and pivoting away from incoming missiles with deft twitches of his engine vanes. Fingers of electricity stuttered through the cloudscape towards him, but the commander strayed always just out of reach. His burst cannon whirred so fast its quadruple barrel became a dark blur, a steady stream of deadly energies cutting across swerving land speeders to hammer into their pilots and send them diving earthwards on plumes of greasy smoke. A Storm Talon gunship burst from the clouds, assault cannons chattering, but Sternshield's alert systems had marked its approach. Cutting his thrusters, he dropped like a stone before blasting high towards it, punching the gunship's stubby wing as it passed and sending it into a wobbling, evasive maneuver. His shoulder-mounted missile pod tracked it, loosed a pair of sleek projectiles and blew it into shards of scything shrapnel. 3 more salvos saw as many Imperial craft disengage. In an aerial duel, Sternshield's skill was unmatched, but without their own air cover, the cadre below was still fighting on the back foot. Below, the White Scars were running amok. At a request from Sergeant Gerato, a Vindicator that was still out of range fired a shell into no man's land, blasting a massive smoking crater in the earth. A moment later, Gerato's squad charged their bikes and launched high by bolters spitting death into the underbelly of a passing razor shark. The aircraft nosedived, crashing into the mangled ruin of a devilfish and exploding in a halo of fiery ash. At the rear of the White Scars line, a pair of hunter tanks unleashed massive Sky Spear missiles at Sternshield as he soared high above. For all his agility, he could not shake them off. Time was running out. Unfinished business. After their narrow escape near Venture Scar, the Raven Guard resolved to use every trick at their disposal to bring low the Tau. Unable to trace the whereabouts of Commander Shadowsun, their designated target was the cadre of Commander Swiftflame, a Violan leader whose expertise in strategy was becoming famous across Prefectia. In humanity's finest warriors,
oh yeah, dude, it's getting there. Thanks, bro.
Foe.
We're almost there.
In open battle was to die.
Thanks, dude.
Here were enemies that would overcome the odds time and time again. Only by outguessing and outmaneuvering the Adeptus Astartes could the Tau hope to blunt the killing thrust of their assaults. Prefectia's Space Marine invaders were clearly more advanced than primitive cultures such as Kroot and Orc. Commander Shadowsun knew their warrior mindset of aggression and boundless confidence could be used against them. She reassigned Commander Swiftflame to engage the Raven Guard and wear them down with aerial attacks until, in their frustration, they made a fatal mistake. That task would be difficult indeed, for unlike the White Scars, the sons of Korax, was only too happy to rejoin the struggle that was unfolding across the northern reaches of Prefectia. He had lost several battle brothers to the Tau. A debt of honor needed paying between him and the commander who had outwitted him, and he would see it settled in full. Asking leave of Captain Shrike, Torovak led his men into the ruins around the fortress zones in search of revenge. Hidden amongst the urban decay on the fringe of the fortress zones, the Raven Guard were in their element. Whenever Swift Flame's outriders found flickers of movement in the gloom, they found also death. Each feint and controlled retreat drew the foe into the guns of an ambush force. Each aircast patrol, braving Hive airspace, was met by a Stormwing squadron, bursting from the cavernous holes the Tau had carved in the metropolis's flank to send their victims spiraling from the skies. Admiral Skychild, known amongst his contemporaries for the compassion he showed towards his pilots, took a personal interest in the losses his caste was incurring around at Lassie Hive. Sending in a single Razor Shark squadron as a lure, he waited for the Raven Guard gunships to emerge from their cave-like lairs before sending in a wave of craft so massive it outnumbered the Demi Company firing up from the rooftops below. Torovak ordered his forces' storm wings to take evasive maneuvers immediately. His infantry were making little impact, and without thinning the numbers of the Tau, his pilots would surely be dead in minutes. The Storm Raven gunship Black Spectre was the first to hit its afterburners, its Storm Talon escorts following suit with land speeders darting close behind. The Tau aircraft hurtled in close pursuit, prow cannons and quad turrets spitting lances of white death. 2 of the 3 Raven Guard ships suffered direct hits as the chase intensified, but the rugged Imperial craft were built to last and powered on through the punishing salvos of enemy fire. Faster and faster raced the aircraft until the ugly wound of Venture's scar opened wide on the horizon. Still, under heavy fire, the Raven Guard pilots hurtled downwards, carving into the canyon's jagged maw and veering left and right as they plunged deeper. The canyon's tight confines robbed the Tau of much of their numerical advantage, and a full third of their aircraft pursuers peeled off and disengaged. Though Venture's Scar's upper edge was wide enough, in the canyon's depths only a few aircraft could fit abreast. The Raven Guard and Aircast alike found their skills sorely tested as they careened down Venture's Scar towards the giant sinkhole mine known as Goliath's Eye. Many a Tau pilot found his wingtip grazing an outcropping of rock, his aircraft careening out of control before smashing apart and tumbling away in a blazing fireball. The voltaic electricity the Imperium had sought to mine from the Scar was agitated by each burning wreck swallowed by the depths. Spears of purple lightning stabbed upwards, grounding on both Raven Guard and Aircast aircraft. More Razor Sharks and Sun Sharks met a fiery end, but still more came on. A Storm Talon gunship trailed smoke, systems scrambled by a discharge of violet energy from the canyon walls. Unable to turn, it was easy prey for a volley of Seeker missiles streaking out from the aircraft on its tail. In a burst of flame, it was gone. The balance tipped even further in favor of the Tau. Even those Sun Shark pilots who had disengaged were weighing in by releasing their wing-mounted interceptor drones. The diminutive constructs, perfectly suited to warfare in close confines and equipped with afterburners of their own, levelled storms of ion rifle fire at the second of the Storm Talons, sending it crashing hard into the chasm wall and tumbling away. Alarms screeched in each of the Aircast pilots' cockpits as something massive and black streaked down the canyon towards them. The pilot of Black Spectre cried in harsh joy as the famed Thunderhawk gunship Shadowhawk hammered a battle cannon shell into the ranks of the Spectre's Aircast pursuers, blasting one of the white-hulled craft into blazing shrapnel and causing 2 others to crash into the canyon walls with a sudden pressure wave. Shadowhawk passed over the Black Spectre at high speed, the violence of its passage rocking the Storm Raven and sending several pursuing Tau craft out of control. As one, the Aircast disengaged, drones and all, leaving the Raven Guard to regroup. The war in the skies was not over yet. Tau Breacher teams. With their pulse blasters blazing, the courageous warriors of the Breacher teams take the fight into the midst of the foe. Following belligerent new tactical doctrines devised to dig stubborn foes from cover, it is the Breachers who seize key locations and tear the heart from the defense lines with intense point-blank pulse fire. Blinding blue light flickers down corridors and illuminates the charnel confines of burning bunkers as the Breacher teams press the attack. Before the point-blank fire of their pulse blasters, enemy warriors are blown apart in horrific, gory sprays. Particle streams light up panicked victims, causing luckless targets to glow vividly for a split second before screaming bolts of energy smash them apart. Meanwhile, the fire warriors advance with practiced efficiency, overlapping their fire and covering one another perfectly. Sensor suites within the Breacher's helms read every inch of the local environment, providing relative personal positioning. Projected fields of fire and probable locations of enemy forces. Rigorously trained to absorb this wealth of information at speed, the warriors of a breacher team can stay one step ahead of their foes while laying down devastating fire with their powerful weapons. The catalyst for the formation of breacher teams dates all the way back to the first Tau invasion of Imperial space. It was observed at that time that while foes such as the Orcs or the Bagasi preferred close assault and would often force the Tau onto the defensive, mankind took a more static approach. The sprawling bunker complexes and strongpoints of the Imperium were on a scale never before seen by the Tau, and while crude compared to Earth-cast workmanship, these fortifications were rugged enough to prove troublesome. Furthermore, an alarming number of air-cast spacecraft were lost to the aggressive boarding actions of the Space Marines, against which there seemed little defence. Increasingly, the Firecast found themselves forced to commit their strength to one-sided close-quarters battles amid winding corridors and rooms in which there was no space for battlesuits to deploy. Casualties were high during such costly actions, and so development was begun on the tools necessary to win point-blank firefights with decisive firepower. So were born the Breacher teams, drawn from the most aggressive and belligerent fire warrior cadets. These new teams were trained to take the fight to the foe. Protected by drone-generated energy shields, the Breachers are able to blast a path into the most heavily defended strongpoints while weathering the blistering fire of the foe. Indeed, though their casualties are invariably high and their lives often short, they have continued in this proud and selfless tradition ever since. The signature weapon of the Breacher team, the Pulse Blaster, exchanges the reach and consistency of its rifle equivalent for sheer destructive punch. It uses a two-stage firing process to enhance the lethality of its plasma-based ammunition. When the trigger is halfway depressed, an invisible volley of negatively charged particles paint the target, priming it for the killing shot to come. Such victims glow with a ghostly light for a moment before their doom is delivered. A twitch of the trigger, and the plasma payload is shot out, dragged unerringly to its destination with shocking force, far more than a conventional infantry-borne weapon could hope to achieve. At close quarters, the Pulse Blaster's every shot is powerful enough to slam a gory hole through an enemy's chest or even punch clean through the side of a transport vehicle. Though the Tau usually eschew close-range firefights, the worlds of the Imperium are congested with labyrinthine trenches and tumble-down urban sprawl. In such environments, the Pulse Blaster grants unparalleled lethality to its owner. The Guardian drone was developed mobile, virtually invisible field, usually calibrated to form a dome over its Tau charges. This defensive field is keyed to a broad spectrum zone of effect, and therefore it is not as potent as those of a dedicated shield drone. However, footage exists of Guardian drones deflecting the penetrative beams of Imperial las cannons and sending the destructive blasts of battle cannon shells washing over their charges with no more apparent effect than a slight raising of the ambient temperature. The Guardian drone's force field is further bolstered by the field amplifier relays worn by Breacher teams, complex yet compact devices that act as resonators for the drone's emissions, more than doubling their yield and efficiency. These adjuncts to the standard Fire Warrior combat gear are seen as just rewards for the Breacher teams. Any warrior brave enough to enter close quarters combat with the horrors of the 41st millennium is an asset indeed to the Tauvar, and well worth the extra protection the Guardian drone affords. Escalation and Breach. The tactical skills of both Chaplain Torovac and Commander Swiftflame had been tested harshly, and still they had fresh forces and new stratagems to employ. Back and forth went the deadly game, with neither leader willing to relent. In many ways, it was the struggle for control of the eastern fringe in microcosm, and the ultimate victor was just as uncertain. Commander Swiftflame withdrew from the losses at Venture Scar. He knew inactivity would gnaw at the war-loving Space Marines far more than the fear of death, and intended to play on that aspect of their psyche. The Tau Firecast, more mobile than the Adeptus Astartes, retreated to the landscape beyond the urban sprawl and seeded it with a great many traps. Every dead Guran Shah was a triumph, and those killed without loss of Tau life most of all. Chaplain Torovak, usually a patient man and all the deadlier for it, was unwilling to languish in inactivity as the other Space Marine chapters upon Prefectia engaged the Tau in every theatre possible. He sent his scout units on autonomous patrols, seeking their foes in great concentric sweeps. They found plenty of evidence of Tau presence. A malfunctioning drone here, the wing tip of a crashed strike fighter there. When Torovak's scouts closed upon these pieces of Tau technology, they found only death. Remotely operated gun turrets and sniper drones rose out of the ash dunes and opened fire. Smart missiles and pulse weapons tore into the nearest Raven Guard before their return fire blasted the turrets apart. Occasionally, Torovak's warriors found drone traps already deactivated, crackling with shrouds of electricity that sent strange readings fizzing across their auspexes. Torovak became ever more cautious and ordered his sentries back to the fringe of Atlassi Hive. If the Tau commander had turned the open ground against them, he would instead haunt the shadows once more and force the enemy to come to him. Ascending the Hive's spires via its still operational maglifts, Torovak ordered the tech marine pilots of his gunships to join him in treating with the machine spirits of the Hive's macro cannons. Before long, the tech marines had repaired the damage the initial Tau invasion had done to those mighty guns, bringing them back to full readiness. Whenever Torovak spied movement from his eyrie, the Hive's artillery blasted heavy ordnance into the wastelands on those coordinates. It was not long before Swift Flame's patrols sought the shelter of the urban sprawl once more. As his cadre made haste into the bastion network girdling the Great Hive, Swift Flame's pathfinders infiltrated the Law Hall Atlassi. Their orders were to neutralize the tactical and devastator squads, raining death into the advancing Tau from its wide rooftop. As the pathfinders opened fire, the Space Marines leapt from their vantage points, heavy weapons and all, to an adjacent building's roof. Mid-leap, they triggered the crack charges they had seeded throughout the Law Hall and collapsed the entire structure upon their would-be killers. Appalled, Swiftflame sent in his stealth teams. Each shimmering mirage seen in the ruined bastion complexes was a precursor to a terrifying barrage of pulse weapon fire. Accompanying them was the blinding energy discharge of a new and unseen assailant that could blast a Space Marine into little more than a cloud of superheated vapor. In response, the Raven Guard made masterful use of the cover afforded by the ruined bastion complex. Their expertise made them all but impossible to track, let alone to drive out of their defenses. Soon enough, it was Swiftflame that felt the heat of impatience gnawing at his soul. Like most Violans, he was keen of wit and fierce of spirit alike. On some level, it galled him to see the Raven Guard making such efficient use of cover. He had heard the Space Marines eschewed such logical measures in their arrogance. He reasoned that if long-range weaponry could not pry the Gurun Shah from their hiding places, he would employ focused short-range firepower instead.
Max,
As the sun
what's
rose
up,
on
dude?
the fifth
Congrats,
day
bro.
of the Imperial counter-invasion, Commander Swiftblade
Keep it going,
led
dude.
6 breacher teams deep into enemy territory. The battle that erupted within the dark confines of the Bastion complex was so bloody and grueling, it has proven a salutary lesson for the Firecast ever since. The shadows.
Damn, dude. There's only
cast
like
long.
15 minutes left before the show
The
starts, so
stakes
I'm gonna
upon
start.
Prefectia, already so dizzyingly high,
get ready for the
with
show.
Dovar system at risk, were growing higher by the hour. Trench systems were crisscrossed with slashing plasma volleys. Ruins were lit by ruby lasers, and outside the built-up areas, tanks prowled by the thousand across dunes of dust and bone. The war for the planet was hanging in the balance. Long days of war passed, each bringing 100 new acts of heroism and tragedy. Bellowing commanders and scholarly strategists alike were drowned by the tides of violence that washed across the fortress world. The ancient wisdom of the Codex Astartes was repeatedly tested against the Code of Fire's teachings. Several Space Marine forces distinguished themselves above the others, amongst their ranks those of Captain Shrike and Khan. But it was becoming obvious that the fortress of Prefectia would not fall to a lightning-fast blitz. Keen to secure
What's
victory
up, dude?
over
I hope you're
Xenos,
doing
Chapter
well.
Master Corvin Severax made
Cheers,
planetfall
bro.
in person.
Oh.
He intended to oversee the Tau's defeat, or engineer it himself if necessary. Tau High Command was just as determined to win lasting victory. Every available cadre was redirected to Prefectia from those planets already conquered, including the most advanced battlesuits the Firecast could field. Several ethereals volunteered to bolster morale on the front lines, Aeon Du amongst them. But the real shock came from above, even those lionized few. In a speech that touched the hearts of 100 billion Tau, Aeon himself announced he would be descending from on high, just as he had on Agrellan. The master of the undying spirit would lead from the front to ensure the touch of the greater good burned the planet clean of humanity's corruption. As for Commander Shadowsun, her star was on the wane. By failing to repel the Space Marines on schedule, Shadowsun had given Aeon cause to risk his own life. It was small wonder the commander was no longer in the Ascendant, for the White Scars that hounded her were relentless. She had given her all upon Agrellan, and had not been given a moment's rest since. Every explosion she heard on the front line sounded like the boom of a Space Marine biker's twin bolters. Every shadow flitting across the ground, the precursor to a gunship or speeder, charged with her death. The seed of fear the Khan had put into Shadowsun's heart was taking root. The doom he had dangled over her head, oppressive indeed. The thought of his blade haunted her with every waking hour, but at least that threat was in plain sight. There were other forces closing in, sharks sliding through the inky waters in comparison to the Khan's raging bull. Corvin Severax had ordered his warriors to converge.
The mission of the vaults. Access changes. People.
Search and destroy battle plan that would span Prefectia. In the past, such manhunts had been met with unqualified success. More often than not, it was Severax who delivered the coup de grace. Within hours, the chapter master expected to have Shadowsun's corpse before him. His captains made the sign of the Aquila and slid into the night. Thus far, the Tau Firecast had encountered the pugnacious, bombastic face of the Imperial war machine. They were soon to realize that under the raw brutality lurked horrors beyond measure, hungry and cunning. Celestial secrets. Whilst the Tau and Space Marines matched wits upon Prefectia's surface, a wider battle unfolded in the heavens. This, too, was marked by Shadowsun's patient genius. On Prefectia's slow-moving moon, Galacractus, the Tau massed reinforcements inbound from Mugalaf Bay, though they took pains to keep to the planetoid's dark side in order to avoid detection. By waiting for the moon to progress around its orbit, they were able to strike their intended destinations without the intervention of the Imperial fleet. Their entry through the planet's atmosphere was a vector so direct their foes could not respond to it in time. Such avoidance stratagems became common, for the Imperial Armada was a true terror in a direct confrontation. Seeking to learn of the human fleet's abilities to burst from nothingness into reality, Shadowsun called upon all instances of such sudden appearances and found a correlation. They tended to appear in certain locations on the fringes of the Dovar system, far away from any celestial bodies. Reasoning that the Imperial ship captains were avoiding areas where a system's star or planet could pull them into its gravity well, Shadowsun sent a flotilla of scout vessels to wait in the empty void outside the Dovar system. Incredibly, her anticipatory calculations proved correct. When an Imperial vessel translated from the Empyrean a few days later, a Tau scout vessel was close enough to take swathes of new and disturbing data from the roiling anomaly still fading around the much larger Imperial vessel. The crew of the Tau craft intended to take their findings back to the Tau High Command, hoping they could make sense of the strange readings, but they never returned to Prefectia, nor any other Tau holding. The Doom of Heroes. Pride. Slayer of the great and the good. Leveler of the cosmic scales. Perhaps the deadliest of all mortal sins. And yet, that insidious foible haunts man, space marine, and Tau alike. All too often, it is pride that casts a shadow across the lives of the noblest heroes. A shadow upon the soul that only lengthens with every victory. Shadowsun had made no secret of her presence upon Prefectia, instead reinforcing her role in the war until she had made herself a target above all others. She believed she could defeat the leader of the Space Marine invasion in person, succeeding where even the most terrifying galactic warlords had failed. Perhaps it was pride, too, that drove Corvin Severax to hunt her in person, for the list of his victories spanned the Vault Reptorium twice over. Dug into a long, dry riverbed east of Aquilon, the trenches of Denasha had been the site of several vicious battles between the Astra Militarum and the Fire Caste. Shadowsun's distinctive battlesuit had been sighted there in the last hour of conflict. Taking only a hand-picked squad of Vanguard veterans with him, the chapter master ordered his personal Thunderhawk to pass over the Denashi Strait, de-embarking in mid-flight to airdrop straight into the hostilities. It would earn the Raven Guard great honour if Severax's talons took the head of the Tau Supreme Commander, where the scimitars and talwas of the Khan's men had failed. The battle below had seen most of the Strait's Astra Militarum slaughtered by the Firecaste's overlapping fields of fire. The Raven Guard's 3rd Company, as well as scouting elements from the 10th, had attacked from the shadows of the trench network. They had used the Imperial Guardsmen as bait without their knowledge, but the ploy had yielded an advantage. With the cadre spread out before them, they were able to strike back hard. Into this fierce fighting, Chapter Master Severax deployed. Somewhere below him was Shadowsun, a foe he had grown to despise. A reckoning was close at hand. Severax smiled, without humour, as his downward drop turned into a glide, then a swoop. His men had sighted her, far below, the War Queen of the Tau Empire, totem of a pathetic Xenos Empire that was soon to meet a bloody end. She would be hidden well by stealth tech, but to the eyes of a sky hunter, still visible as a flicker of movement and a shimmering silhouette. The Xenos commander preferred to work unseen, and there was wisdom in that. A true warlord did not roar like a beast at the foe, making himself an obvious target and thereby ensuring history remembered him as a scalp claimed by someone else's sword. No, the wise leader ruled from the shadows, watching and waiting for his moment, before bursting out to dispatch his foes with certainty and precision. Shadowsun had been a constant thorn in the side of every chapter tasked with the reclamation of the lost fortress.
Goodness. All right, we're gonna
The White Scars had suffered worst of all.
get the
compounding
show
losses
ready. We're
suffered
almost
upon Grelin.
at
Over the
midnight.
last
The
few
show
months, the
is
Raven Guard
almost
had
there.
lost far too many warriors to the
8 more
cursed
minutes to
tower.
go.
Severax swore a silent vow. No more of the sons of Korax would be lost on his watch. The chapter master and his veterans descended through the mists without so much as a single shot sent to intercept them. They hit the town line from above. Ceramite boots smashed the tall ochre battlesuits so hard they sprawled backwards into the trenches. Severax's Vanguard veterans plunged power swords through visor slits,
Yeah,
punched
buddy.
4-bladed
Thanks,
lightning
man.
claws through the
We're
alien
all
alloy
right,
chest
look at that.
joints, and ripped heads from necks with crackling power fists. The chapter master cast around for his true prey, fully confident in the abilities of his men. There, a flicker of movement, a heat shimmer mirage in his peripheral vision. Severax dived sidelong as twin fusion beams scorched the air where he had been standing, turning the motion into a curling roll. He clattered into the trenches for a moment, only to burst back up, claws slashing at Shadowsun's torso. She too was quick, leaning with impossible agility to escape his double blow. Severax's momentum carried him on. He lowered his head, connecting hard with the bulbous helm unit of his foe's battlesuit. The impact sent a ripple of malfunctions across its stealth field. As she staggered backwards, he swung a bladed right hook that carved her forearm, fusion blaster and all, into a gore-spurting mess. The other fusion gun came around, but Severax already had his shoulder beneath it, grasping his foe in a death grip and punching his other claw into her midsection over and over. Blood sheeted down the battlesuit's front, turning it from white to filthy red. Severax gave a hollow laugh as Shadowsun was cut to ribbons by his thrice-blessed talons. The laugh echoed longer than it should have. Something shimmered at Severax's flank.
Yeah, bro.
Something with a tread
Thanks, man.
so heavy he felt it through his power-armored soles. There was a blaze of light, and Severax was suddenly
we're just
groping in
remember that imagination that I told you I don't have? We're trying to use some of it.
Squirted some yards in front of him. The last thing the chapter master felt was a blast of fire, throwing him into the trench. His vision faded as his half-molten remains thudded into a morass of cooling human corpses. The XV-95 Ghost Keels bounded across the battlefield as if in low gravity.
It's because the picture had like a golden part of the plasma gun.
Their stealth drones reinforced and
Save $28 or more when you join.
a singular thrill
If you look
to have
real
the unalloyed
close.
power of cutting-edge war tech at their fingertips. But the Guron Shah, as tenacious as ever, rallied
it has a
within
little
seconds.
gold in
They
there,
poured a
kind of
storm
like where I
mass
put gold on
reactive
mine.
bolts into the Ghost Keel
But I got a little
team's
more
vicinity,
crazier with mine.
no doubt hoping to score a quick revenge kill. The Earthcast had foreseen this. As one, the Ghost Keels raised their countermeasure suits and ejected clouds of small flashettes that sought out the incoming bolts and met them head on.
We'll see how it comes
detonating
out. I'm
them
just gonna we'll
prematurely.
do the blue
Not
glow
even the
like you
light
said.
Their
And
explosion
if it looks
reached the
bad,
Ghost
we could
Keels,
always
but their
cover it
stealth
up.
fields turned it aside. The XV-95s
We'll be alright.
pressed home their attack. Cyclic ion rakers bathed their targets in pure white light before smashing columns of intense energy through
Off
them
to the
in
side
gobbets
for
of flesh
now.
and molten metal. Fusion colliders simply evaporated those under their crosshairs. Space Marines roared forward on crude jetpacks, only to be blown backwards by concentrated burst cannon fire or picked off by the rail rifles of distant pathfinders. When the stealth teams added their fire to the hurricane of
For
energy,
sure.
even the Space Marines could not stand before them. The great Kaon had begun. Stealth and subterfuge. The catastrophic damage meted out upon the Third Company shook the Raven Guard chapter to its core. But it was the death of Corvin Severax that was to echo in the annals of history. Once again, the genius of Tau High Command had wrong-footed the Imperial invaders, but in daring to bring low a chapter master, they courted a drastic response indeed. Shadow Sun's orders from the Ethereal Supreme, Eun Va, had been to use herself as bait for a major Kaon. Yet a true leader demands results, rather than dictates the manner in which they are achieved. Shadow Sun had devised her plans accordingly, asking for volunteers from her cadre's stealth suit pilots to impersonate her on the battlefield. Unsurprisingly, every member of her team stepped forward. Even after the events of Voltaris, Shadow Sun was still a beloved heroine of the Tauvar. The first part of Commander Shadow Sun's gambit was to commission 10 customized XV-22 battlesuits from the Earthcast. They were only too happy to comply, for their weapons scientists considered the model a successful prototype after Oshishira's extensive testing. These new battlesuits were fitted with fusion blasters, emblazoned with Shadow Sun's own honor markings, and accompanied by Sea-Link and MV-52 shield drones, so they would better resemble their commander's signature war gear. If Corvin Severax had known the identity of his killer, he perhaps would have been impressed despite himself. It had not been some nameless veteran in the control cocoon of a ghost-kill battlesuit that had slain him, but Shadow Sun herself. Having seen Khosrow Khan and Shrike fight first-hand upon Voltaris, she suspected that their superior officers would also be lethal opponents. It had been her intention to lure out the Warrior King of the Space Marines, and the plan had worked spectacularly. Though she was not afraid to give her life for the Tauvar, she also knew that her death would strike a terrible blow against fire-cast morale. By sending decoys into battle, she ensured that Eonvar's orders were obeyed, whilst maximising her chances of seeing Prefectia's conquest through to the bitter end. It was the decoy Shaola who lured Severax into Shadow Sun's crosshairs. Her sacrifice for the greater good would be remembered forever. With the Raven Guard sent reeling by the loss of their chapter master, Shadow Sun and her Ghost Keel pilots struck again and again against their Space Marine enemies. The deadly effect of the Ghost Keel was not confined to Dinesh Strait either, for each of the Seps had sent dozens of the war machines to Prefectia. Though the Imperium had felt their sting before, they were only now witnessing the power of the XV-95 battlesuit en masse. In every theatre of battle, the stealth teams that acted as outriders for each cadre were joined by cloaked Ghost Keels to form
let's check the
optimized
episode.
stealth cadres. Earlier in the war, the burst cannons of Shadow Sun's patrols had picked off enemy patrols and levelled well-placed acts of sabotage against targets of opportunity. Now they took the fight
there it is,
to
episode
armoured
5, you
columns of
guys.
massed phalanxes of Astra Militarum and emerged victorious. This wide-scale deployment of stealth tech triggered a new phase of
Detective Valley.
All right, we're at 5 seconds. We're going to count to 3 and we're going to press play. You guys there? Is everybody there? We all at 5? All right, here we go. Is everybody good? All right. I just did the Google search right now. I just got to look down and see what it is. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Bro. Yo. This one looks crazy. Bro. Run. Yup. Was it this one? Oh. Yeah, all right, cool. Takes a second for the message to pop up. I got you. Damn, dude. Yeah, that's wild. If you click on that image, look at the related images that comes up after it, under it. Like the ones right there on the right side. Those right there. Freehanding it on the shoulder. Damn. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. What? Didn't you use that joke already? Damn, dude. Yo, bro. That was great. It's all right. That little part right there that was good was just like, that's been it so far. We're almost 20 minutes in. Yeah, I don't know. Yo. Damn, dude. Do a backflip. You're gonna have to pay me. Ghouls and mutants working together, bro. Yeah, that little red button right there. Never push the little red button. Bro. Yo. Bro. 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 Yeah. Adrian's River, what's up, dude? Yeah, duck trees, bro. How are you, man? Hope you're well. Excellent, bro. Good to hear. Good to hear. Keep it going. We're gonna play some Darktide here, and maybe not right away after this episode, but we're doing some painting. I might get back on the painting, but I might just get on the Darktide. We'll see here in a minute. So I could chill for a while. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries at all. Yeah, we'll be chilling. I'm actually already pretty tired, so I don't know how long I'll last in the Darktide. As long as my teammates can carry me, we'll be all right. But I'm hanging. I gotta try out Psyker again a little bit more. I like the homing shards. The homing shards are badass. I love those. And I just gotta get the hang of it a little bit better. Not blow myself up. Like a noob. And to use my abilities overall, of course, too. Yeah, exactly, dude. Man, it's satisfying when I just live. But yeah, that's part of working out is me living. What are those? Ew, dude. She's spewing nasty. Damn, big old puddle. Reminds me of Team America. Oh, what's his face is in the alley in the back and throws up a puddle bigger than the mass of his body, pretty much. Dude. Yeah, venting shriek. I think I tried that, but I couldn't get the. I don't know what I was doing wrong. I don't think I got the hang of it right. With that venting shriek, can I max out like I'm about to head pop and then press the ability and then it saves me, or can I? Do I only do it when I'm like before I'm on the cusp? Bro, this guy. Nice. All right, for sure. Whoa. Got her. Yo. Dirty. Damn, was that it? Damn, dude. And don't forget to hit those like buttons. Damn. Well, there it was, you guys. There it was. That was the Fallout watch party. We watched it. This show's not as great as season 1. Or I mean, season 2 isn't as great as season 1. It's alright, I guess, but yeah. Like, it's not gonna ruin my day if we don't finish watching it. You know what I mean? But we'll probably finish watching it. Francois, I'm hanging on by a thread, bro. Where you at? You still want to get some Darktide going? Alright, yeah, I'm down for a little bit. A hot few rounds. But if you see me starting to jump off of ledges over and over again and run around in circles, yeah, it'll be time to cut me off. Yeah, duck trees. Duck trees. Oh, I'm just so tired. So tired and sleeping, man. Yeah, duck tree. All right. Turn off the station of play. Excuse me, sorry. And maybe we'll play some more Assassin's Creed tomorrow, since we got a little bit out today. We got the Stargate watch party tomorrow. Or we might play some more GTA. I'm glad we finished Oblivion today. Finally beat the game, shelved and done with. There's always plenty of other stuff to be playing. Too much to play. Yeah, I'm so confused. I just turned on the gaming laptop and I logged in and it said, username, logging in, circle, spin, spin. And now it's just black screen with a mouse cursor and that's it. Mouse cursor, black screen. I might have to do like a forced restart. Let me try Control Alt Delete though first. Yeah, no, Control Delete works and you log back out. Weird. Let's try that again. Says welcome and it's just spinning. Alright, I got a black screen and hopefully it'll log in here. Good. Laptop like felt my tiredness and heard me saying like I'm not really feeling it, it's like, oh, it's all right. We're gonna decide not to work now. Yeah, no, I think I just gotta restart it because it's just stuck on black screen again. Control delete. Restart. All right, restarting. Oh, my bad. Let's see. Take a sleep, dude. Soon, bro. Soon. Soon enough. I'll take a good nap. A good dirt nap. 6 feet deep sleep. Not soon, but, you know, eventually. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's what I'm trying to say. This soundtrack, yeah. What's this song called? I don't know what this one was called unless it's a Warhammer one, the one from the Warhammer soundtrack. Oh, that was 2 minutes ago. Hold on. Was it before this song? Oh, my Understream Ferryman. This one.
Karen's grin.
Yeah, one of the ones that I made with AI. Oh no? Okay, yeah, no. Then the other one was the Warhammer song. It's from the Darktide soundtrack. Yeah. Well, no, I was just playing this one. Darktide soundtrack. So it's built into the game. We hear this every now and again when we play. Yeah. Oh, what's it called? Disposal unit. It's a 40k Darktide disposal unit. Let's see if I can log in now. Yeah, all right, we logged in quick style this time. Quick style. Not the controller. That's funny, dude. Yo, that's even funnier, dude. You guys.
The Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only
Alright, here we are.
every human soul.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Exactly. Should move my face that way when we get a whole bunch of kills, we'll see who did it. Cool. All right. Level 29, dude. Maybe I think after the one game, I should hopefully level up. We could shelf this character. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'm gonna go back to my Arbitus though. My Arbitis. For sure. Okay, we got Francois up in this trick. Yeah, we do. There he goes. What's up, dude?
No.
What up? Here we are.
You must, I suppose. A bit challenging for your thin blood, is it? I'm sure I can accommodate you. I swear the chanting in that song is like Francis, come again. It's kind of like this. It's like the only word in the chanting that I can understand, or that like stands out to me, or that even like sounds like a real word.
It's funny. It's like what do they call that something where you can be in like a room of crowded people all talking all at once, and if somebody says your name, you'll pick up like hearing that out of everything else. You call it something. I just forgot what it's called.
I don't know what that is. I thought there's like paranoia.
Yeah, something like that.
You see like faces and things.
Yeah. And the clouds and shapes, patterns.
Right.
Yeah. Humans.
I bet the name thing is something different though, because there's like animals have this weird thing where like there could be hundreds of like baby chicks on a beat or something, and the mother penguin would call out and its baby knows exactly that it's its mom, and so back and forth, right? Like, and you get this weird like phonic thing for your mom's voice.
Yeah.
To it differently than like anybody else's voice. It's really weird.
Yeah. For sure, for true.
I don't know how much that's like been studied, or like if it has a name. I think pareidolia is only for like the real stuff.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was called. I just remember hearing about it in school. Yeah. Yeah, dude. We got this. Francois got this.
Yeah, we're doing it. So, 51 really wants me to run some D&D.
Yeah,
and I'm down,
I heard.
But, man, I want to do it for watch party crew, right? Which means Buddy, the guy who's the leader of the watch party. He's got to kind of be there.
You know, I heard through the grapevine somewhere along the way that that 51's gonna be doing watch parties here soon. So since he's gonna be buddy watch party here soon, we might have another buddy watch party buddy crew here soon.
Man, there's only so many movies. We've already watched them. or got them on the list.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, damn, I don't know. It just doesn't sound appealing. We could give it a shot, but like, yeah, no, I'm not really down.
What's the issue? Like,
I don't know. It just sounds boring.
It's like
especially after you were like, there's nothing to watch. I'm just like, wait, what?
Well,
so it's like,
no, it's all on
paper.
All theater of the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, so like you got your DM, he's your storyteller, you know, and he's like setting out the scene and everything, and then you picture that in your mind, and you know what you picture is going to be slightly different than like what I picture or what 51 pictures, but you know, after the scene is described, you know, somebody's going to get asked how they're interacting with the scene. And then you're going to get asked how you're going to interact with the scene. And, you know, your imagination, you know, like...
Yeah, none of any of that sounds exciting to me.
You're doing reactionary to the scene, right?
Yeah. Especially, like, how am I supposed to keep track of where everybody's at? Do I just keep track of myself?
Yeah, like, you know, you're gonna get a visual image.
Like, how do I make sure nobody's cheating?
Sometimes I'll present a map on the screen or something. Well, there isn't really, like, cheating, per se.
Like, how do I make sure that all the points are being added up correctly for everybody? Now nobody's adding. Well, I'm sure our crew will be fine. The honor system, sure, but like, I'm just thinking of like, yeah, anytime, anywhere.
Well, that's all the DM's purview, not really the players.
Oh, okay. So as long as I take care of my character, I'm good.
Right.
Alright. Maybe. I mean, I'm down to try it once. I don't want to just be like shutting it out. Like, no, because I don't want to. But like, yeah, I'm down to give it a shot.
Like, you just got done watching a show where kids were playing it. Like, how hard could it be, dude?
Yeah, I guess, but like, we can make it as hard as we want it, right?
Right.
Like when Francois decides to be like, oh, and then a giant pit opens up underneath Buddy's feet and he fell in. Oh, Buddy's dead. It's like, wait, no, I'm not. And no, it's over for Buddy. It's pretty much over, right? I mean, you're not gonna be like that, but I'm just saying, if you wanted to.
Well, you know, the game isn't about like being competitive in any way.
Yeah, is it just like just having a fun journey with your
about,
friends?
Like me versus you. Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's about being a hero and telling a cool ass story, you know?
Yeah. I know how this trick goes. We'll convince Buddy, and then he'll be sucked in forever. It'll be World of Warcraft all over again.
Well, it's kind of a lot like that, yeah.
I'm glad I never played World of War. I mean, I still get the feeling of like, damn, I should have played it once upon a time, but I'm glad I didn't, because, yeah, I would have disappeared forever. You seen that South Park episode where they play World of Warcraft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that would have been me.
All right.
Yeah, it would have been bad.
Hey, you know, this guy here seems pretty cool. He's a space fascist. I bet he would like coming and hanging out with us over on your YouTube channel.
Yo, what's up, G? Yeah, let him know, Francois. We're over on a channel
Yeah,
called
dude,
My
we're
Streaming Buddy.
all hanging out on a channel called My Streaming Buddy.
Yeah,
Are you guys based?
Yeah, buddy.
Are we noticers?
Are we what?
I think I'm a little too old for that. Dota? That's like a video game, right?
Oh, yeah,
No, I said, are we noticers? No, I meant something else.
Sorry, I was blasting with a shotgun. Can you say that again?
I actually, it doesn't matter. Forget about it.
Alright.
Run it,
I'm
run
old,
it.
bro. I spent a lot of time in the army. My hearing's not that great.
I'm trying to figure out why I got stuck playing on, like, I don't have any of the difficulties unlocked on this character, like all my other ones.
If you haven't played in a while, it might have been from an update. They might have reset
Oh, yeah,
stuff.
I haven't used this character in a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, so all your perks might be off, and you gotta redo your talent tree.
I did, yeah. Everything was wiped. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a couple of penances in this guy.
Oh yeah? Like what?
There was a couple of new armor pieces that they added to this guy that I never got.
Word.
I've been playing this game since like beta, honestly. Then
Oh,
I
damn.
stopped for like a couple years.
I'm running. I also got a health.
Buddy's helped me get a number of penances before, and I'd be down to help you to get some penances. You know, you gotta come join the watch party crew, bro.
You guys play Havocs or not?
No.
Oh.
No. I usually, for me, I like to play things on easy mode. I mean, if I got a good team with me, I'm down to play a harder level. But like, yeah, no, I'm usually the noob that, you know, runs around and just likes to shoot stuff here and there with not too much skill required.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm down, but yeah, when we play with Buddy, we play easier mode.
Have you ever done Havocs before? Because like the ones that are like 1 through 5, I think, are like really easy.
I might have played one or two, but
You could like solo them, probably.
our buddy, we have another homie that likes to play with us, but he's pretty good. He likes to play on hard levels. Oh, stupid poxburster bastard.
That was a great time for me to do the chorus. He didn't take much damage.
Oh.
Yeah, Havocs start getting AIDS once, I think like from like 20 onward. They got really bad lately.
Damn.
modifiers are insane.
Oh, you're talking about the Mortis trials? Yeah, we do those.
Oh, I do those too, actually. Actually, I just started doing those because they weren't in the game when I was before I stopped. They're pretty fun.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, I like them.
Even the orc ones aren't that bad. It's kind of relaxing, that mode.
Alright, I'm out of ammo.
If I see some, I will let you know. There's a box right here. There might be some. Yeah, there's a big box right here. You want to come back for it?
Thanks. There's a demon host out here.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, our other buddy likes to find all the mechanics of the game and can demon host not one shot him, but like 2-shot a demon host. He can do it on a different character, but yeah, one-shotting other stuff. It's pretty crazy.
I like to stay away from them. Although, I mean, on this difficulty, they're probably not that bad.
Yeah.
Master of mankind, preserve us! A demon host!
Oh shit, watch out. My bad. Yeah, it's one thing about me, I get trigger happy and I accidentally hit too many of those barrels. I'm doing better, but like, yeah. Whoops.
We cannot get back up this way. Ammo! Loot it! Such fury! All for naught! Stick with me! I will get through this! Ammo in sanction zone. Cover! These Mobians know their way around here too well. There's something else going on. Mark my words. Take them out!
I hear dogs.
Damn dogs.
Damn dirty dogs.
Good thing the cops are here. Professional dog killers.
Bastards.
That dog looked at me, gotta shoot it.
They're coming right for us.
This is the will.
My life was in imminent danger.
Damn chihuahuas.
Ammo located!
I was afraid for my life.
Ability. Whoops.
Existing.
Thanks, Adrian.
If it was me, I'd called in an exterminators already. Lo, shoots the heavens open, and lance batteries reduces this world to rubble in the Master's name. Ammo! Fill your pouches! Ammo crate! Still alive? That's what I like to see. Dead soldiers don't win wars, do they? Well, not unless you strap them to the barricades and use them for ablative armor, which is always an
Alright, soon enough, Adrian. I'll use my ability, bro. My bad. Ooh. Yeah.
Pale's still here. Good. Get the ascension riser moving, then you can grab the goodies and get out of there. But they ain't gonna let you go easily. It's moving, is it? Well, well, well. Fucking Christ! The house coming! Die, shotgun! Show me what you got!
I don't know what to do with myself. I'm so used to like 20 crushers, 100 maulers, and an endless wave of specialists coming.
Just sit back and have a beer.
Yeah, this might light a cigarette. This is amazing. I know I get it.
Smoke that.
Yeah, I got burned them skunky trees.
Yeah. I'm running. I'm running. Cool. Oh, we're coming, buddy.
That should get things moving. Someone hit a switch. We have slain the hound.
Trapper. Nice.
Their fiend is done.
Alright, hold your ground. I'll put down a med pack.
Keep fighting. They can't keep coming. Press it dead. Go now. Ready, pack down. Reloading. I am righteous. Be gone, heretics. Stand thy flames, heretic! Strike this one too close! Mutants spoiling for a fight!
Alright, good looking out.
Blast gate ain't responding. Find and clear the obstruction.
Oh yeah, fellas, it's called efficiency.
Escape.
Escape. Everybody get to the escape. Oh yeah. Mother fuzzing escape.
A grenade to Percy.
Nice, you guys.
Come join us over at my streaming buddy and join the watch party crew.
Yeah, dude.
Play with us some more.
Watch movies, cartoons, anime, games. Oh, bro, I'm at a sliver. Look at, you can't even see what a little sliver I need for level 30. Oh, man. Dirty bastard. How much do I need? Wait, did it level up? 14, 3, 405. Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, you're 30, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, you made it to 30.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Switch over to your cop now.
Hell yeah. I was tripping then. Nice, dude. Hold on, let me get my penances right quick, and then I'll switch over to the... Yeah. Actually, that was it, huh? Whoops.
Alright, while you do that, I'm gonna burn down another skunky tree.
Yeah, burn it. I just accidentally switched from my weapon. I need to get my weapon back. Which one was it? I'm pretty sure it was one of these right here. Probably this one.
I'll leave it to Adrian. Adrian, was that guy based?
He seemed alright.
He seemed alright. He seemed alright.
Yeah. Seemed alright.
He was saying stuff I couldn't hear all that well because there was like gunfire and dogs and shit. But
sounded like he said.
That's why I asked Adrian.
Yeah,
Since he was, you know, he's only listening, right?
Like based in reality.
No, it's like grounded.
Yeah.
Firm grasp on reality.
Yeah.
And you don't lie about it.
It's based on reality.
Or
It's
act,
based
or
on
act
reality.
like it isn't happening.
Yeah. All right, I'm switching over to my other guy. Oh, is that what he said? Watchers? Are you guys watchers? I was all, why? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you guys watchers, but I don't want us to elaborate. Yeah. And then Francois thought he said something about Dota. I've heard of that game, but I've never played it.
Same. I don't even know what it's an acronym for. I just know it's like short for something.
Oh, it's an acronym for Yeah, he seemed fine. Hopefully he checks out the stream,
Yeah, you
and
know, like
he'll come back.
Like how WoW is World of Warcraft, Dota is like.
I'm ready whenever you are for that.
I don't even know.
Oh, wait.
I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it's short for something and it's a game.
I see.
Not to your liking? Very well. Yes, I suppose we could arrange. Emperor preserve you.
Okay, I just looked it up. It is called Dota, but I'm still pretty sure that's supposed to be an acronym for something else. But it's the deepest multiplayer action RTS game ever made.
Yeah, that does. I mean, that doesn't tell me much. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't tell me enough to impress me. Like, I've seen it a little bit, but I'm not like, oh, I need to play this. You know. But,
yeah, I don't even know if I've seen it or not.
It's like where you have like a hero, and you start on one side of the board.
Okay, I've seen these kinds of games.
Yeah.
It's like Gauntlet.
I've never played Gauntlet. I'm not too sure what Gauntlet is. I might have seen it. I can't put a picture on Gauntlet.
It looks just like this.
Yeah.
Where it's like an overhead view of your little tiny dude.
Yeah.
And you just go through a dungeon.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
it's cool. It's just that it's not for me.
You know, kind of like what's that fucking Diablo.
Oh, that's for me. I like Diablo.
Well, that's what this looks like, also.
Yeah. I think they have I think they have like
similar
characters from other franchises in Dota, or it might be something else. But yeah, they have. I think they have the Diablo character for one of the bosses, either in Dota or something similar to Dota. And yeah, duck tree it up.
Oh, that's totally lame if they got like load into Dota and there's like Link and like all these different video game characters and shit in there.
Yeah, it's in something. I'm not sure exactly which. It might be in Dota or it might be in something else, but something similar to Dota, but where you can use Diablo as like one of the god characters that you have, the main one, the hero character or whatever, and then like a bunch of other ones from different games. And yeah, I'm not sure if it was Dota or something else, but I remember that being a thing. Oh wait, Hearth.
Is that for some like
Hearth
kids
something
shooter game where like no, it's a first-person shooter and like get all these different skins for your characters so that you're from all these other.
I don't like that. Fortnite.
Yeah, that one, Fortnite.
Yeah, I'm not down. I've played it. I tried playing it
I
once,
think it's
and
dumb.
yeah, I'm not. I'm not down.
They're doing the same. They're doing the same thing with Magic the Gathering. They call it Extended Universe. It's fucking terrible.
Damn.
They're like, it brings new people in, and I'm like, there's plenty of people already, man. Like, you're just being greedy.
Yeah, and like you're gonna alienate other people from wanting to play it when you change it so much.
It's like, how many billions did you make last year? Like, why are you doing this shit, dude? You don't need more.
No, yeah, dude, I need to make that same amount, that same million again this year, if not more.
You'll make the same million. The problem is you won't make two. Okay?
No,
that's just greed.
I want all the money and a piece of your soul with it.
Exactly. Yo, Pi. We're hanging out over on a YouTube channel called My Streaming Buddy. Come check us out sometime.
Yeah, dude, we hang out every Tuesday, most Thursdays. I was about to say what up to Amelia, but it's a bot.
The war has swept these streets clean of Lex breakers.
We've got company.
Fight together. Do not become overwhelmed. That ranger, that 101 needs to die. Such as Minoris 106.
Ranger's dead. I prepared his mind that way.
They're coming to the dance.
Like I said, we're not heading into the station proper. Hang a right up ahead.
The battle! Get back out here!
Oh shit. Bastard. Hell yeah.
Clear a path! Texas Minoris 106 in sight!
Dogs, bro.
You're heading down, but the elevator's busted. You'll figure something out.
Ooh, that one almost got me.
Dog, thanks for joining us. I'm streaming over on a channel called My Streaming Buddy if you ever want to come check it out. We play every Tuesday and most Thursdays.
Maintenance access is sealed. Use your data interrogator to fix that.
Hadron here. Pay attention. Data stream. Acceptable quality.
Keep me covered. 2,
Shotgunner! Kill him!
3, 4. We're good. Thank you.
Data link back online. You are not a complete failure.
tally, behemoth.
1, 2, 3, 4. Got it.
I can only imagine you attempted random inputs until it worked.
Let's
But it
play
is
Darktide
now
last
working.
week. Time so cool, bro. Hell yeah.
I will protect you, simpleton.
1,
Beauties, getting ready to charge.
2. Damn. There it is.
That's the hound dead.
We're good. Doggo.
Parameters almost
Nice, nice, nice. Good looking out, you guys.
Right, now you get to navigate the subroute
Run it.
and make your way to the lodge's drama.
Get to the run it.
Ammo sighted.
Hell yeah.
Kill the gunner.
I'm thinking you're repressing a lot of personal problems. That's why you're so angry. Yes, I suppose that's true. Passing your trauma onwards is a because of you. Psychic shield!
Sextus Minoris 105. Demon host, do not engage.
Dag, do you fight demon hosts?
Yo. Get him. Nice.
It's just as repulsive in death. I didn't want to be here.
Careful with them demon. Right here, hold on.
Reloading. Fend for yourself.
I knew it. Your presence a maniac.
This is unremarkable.
Alright, come on, you guys.
I already have one. Okay. Go on. Show us. Now is not the time. There's another sub-rail area beyond this repair bay, but you're on the right path.
Nice ammo.
Heavy gunner sighted. Hungry.
Yeah, wrong way. Wrong way, back down. Yeah, yeah.
We proceed here.
I hear doggos.
Not far now. Reach the supply track and follow it to the lodge's drama.
Down, down.
Kill that Sextus Minoris 105. Break their bones. Their skulls.
Yo, David Jones, what's up, dude? Thank you for joining. Bro.
You're in the lodge's storm now. Let's get to it. Stand back from that barrel. Let them come! I am ready for them! Reactivate the sniper! Clear the way for the balcony! Good idea! See this? This is my proud base!
Machine guns, hell yeah. All the guns. Run, 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 run.
Time to grab the ammunition! You are judgment incarnate, next mate. Fine example, next mate. Census minor is 1-5. Kill that cox flavor!
Come on.
He disconnected and dropped his medic kit and his healing stim over here in this other train.
We're going. We're almost there. We got 2 of them over here. We got 2 and we just need 2 more. Grab that. This one. Got it? Nice. Run it, run it, run it, run it. Yeah. Nice, 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 nice. Come on. Yep, yep, yep. You're clear. You're clear, buddy. Hell yeah. Good looking out, you guys.
Escape.
Escape. Get to the escape. Oh yeah. Good looking out, fellas. Yeah, dude.
Come join us every Tuesday and most Thursdays over at My Streaming Buddy and join the crew.
Here we are, we're doing it. We're Skunk Tree doing it.
Burn them skunky trees. Yo, yo, Davey. Aren't you gonna keep up with the Joneses and come play with us?
I do not make requests.
The Jones.
I expect them to be carried out.
I made certain to relay that also.
Start it up whenever you're ready.
I gotta burn a smoke in
Oh, yeah,
my eyes
handle.
just for a minute.
Get it. Get some.
You know how it goes, you forget to blink, you need a minute to readjust.
Yeah, dude. Get the flies out of my mouth.
Exactly.
A cool weapon would. Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck. A cool weapon would be a chair or maybe a ladder. Like some, like do cool moves, bro. Like some WWF or WWE moves. Hell yeah. TLC match. Hit him hard with the chair that his, his head goes through it, and then suplex him with it.
I think there's a fair amount of stuff in this game to interact with besides just the monsters, but it would be nice if there was a bit more.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like, what do we got? We got doors, exploding barrels, and chests, and that's really about it.
The chandeliers that come down for like, and the elevators for like hidden stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not much.
Well, yeah, it'd be cool if you just like do like a barroom brawler build for the Ogren. You just pick up barrels and throw them at people, and like
that'd be cool.
Kick crates at people and stuff like that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that'd be way down.
It'd be cool if you had a missile launcher that actually like blew up parts of the wall and shit.
Yeah, dude, this game is fairly new. They could have done that. Where everything's breakable.
I'm just trying to think of like what other like item interactions might be cool or like potentially tactically beneficial, you know, like blowing a hole in a wall.
Yeah.
Obviously, you couldn't do that to the edge of the map. You know, it would have to be restrained in some areas or blowing holes in the wall. But I don't know. What other interactions with objects do you think there could be in this game?
Maybe pushing the vehicles would be something cool, pretty cool. Like,
Oh yeah, that would be a cool level too. Is like if we could hop in one of those Lehman Russ battle tanks and drive through part of like the trenches or something.
yeah.
Do a mission like that where like
if we could use any of the vehicles, that'd be cool. But
gunner, and you got your sponson gunners.
just to be able to push, it's good enough to like have extra cover somewhere. That'd be all right.
Yeah, that would be cool too.
But yeah, if we could drive it and shoot it and do all that stuff, then hey, that's even better. But that'd be giving us too much power. They'd be like they'd they'd be down.
Use bodies as temporary shields.
That'd be dope. That'd be way dope. Way dope.
Sergeant Major, I'm still waiting for that report. Must have got lost in transit, sir. I'll look into it. You've done what more generous men might call commendable work in following the trail of the blighted stims.
Maybe sticky walls so you like peek around objects. That might be kind of cool.
Yeah, that'd be all right. Like take cover and stuff too.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you can already crouch behind like barricades and
Yeah.
stuff and take cover,
But like
you
up
can't
against
like peek around
sticky,
it, you know.
Yeah, that'd be dope. It'd be cool to interact
it would be
with your.
dope if it was attached to a button. It would not be dope if it was like some like you just move next to a wall and all of a sudden it grabs you.
Oh yeah, no, attached to a button. Yeah, no, yeah, like Gears of War or Space Marine 2, where you click it and it goes right next to the wall against it. You could peek over. Oh shit! I jumped off. Whoops. Thanks. Telling you, dude. I was hanging on by a thread a while ago, and here we are.
Perhaps this won't be quite so straightforward as I had hoped.
After your teammates die, to be able to pick up their weapons. Like if I were to pick up your handgun or your melee weapon, that'd be dope.
Word.
I did it, Adrian. I jumped, bro. I had brought shame to myself and my family, so I jumped.
Success mine on this one.
No, please don't jump so much to live for.
Hadron takes pride in her work, and for good reason.
That's so funny. South Park, bro.
Shotgunner, kill him! Ruins all around. Nothing of value endures these days.
Even the march of Kaidia couldn't endure.
His fate will one day be ours.
Look what our job left.
I hear boss music.
You are judgment incarnate, next mate. I will next mate. I revel in your efficiency, next mate.
We grow tired of thy broken promises, turncoat, as does the Grand
Getting updates on Andromeda. What kind of updates? Like the show? Yeah, we'll watch it here eventually. I'll put this in the. Oh, there's a dog right there.
Plain kill.
Tertium's another of the Emperor's great works brought to ruin. Paulus, a broken city can be rebuilt if the Lex is restored.
And jumped.
Unsighted. Kill the Maker!
We got a beast in Nurgle.
There it is.
This abomination will not rest me! Attack the rear! Go for the weak point!
Hell yeah, dude. Good looking out.
Oh, too easy. Medication.
Imperil the right. Tis prophecy. Tis foretold.
They won't. I have my finest soldiers after them even now.
Soldiers? Brawlers and gutter fighters. Nothing more.
Oh yeah, good looking now.
Than thy other promises.
It's a trap.
Hey, there's a ammo box right here. I have a health box also.
That bomber must die!
Thou promised us their deaths, Captain.
Send everything. Overwhelm them.
No! The rich
Oh. My bad, chat. I'll use my my ability here in a minute.
Reloading. Make way.
See? I don't like that it switches to melee after my ability. There we go. There it is. Nice, you guys.
So much for the pride of the mighty six.
Your admonition level got in our way. Their reliability.
Hold thy tongue. Our patience runs thin enough as it is.
I hear the doggos.
Reload warranted.
Hell yeah.
So, at last this cult has a name.
And a leash around Walter's throat.
Which means that whatever we're facing, it began here. Not on Nox Alpha.
Grendel will not be pleased to have been so misled. Coming in first! Killed it! That Medicaid station may assist. The old grid is impressive. Scratch one ranger.
We will not forget thy failure this day, Captain.
Please, this is not yet done. There's still time.
Desperation does not suit thee.
Corner! That's Minority 106!
I hear the doggos.
We cannot know what you will face in there. The heretics. This admonition have some weakness in store. Prove yourself worthy of Explicator Zola's trust and my indulgence. End it. Search the Minority 1-4. Foxhound! I hear it!
Thy failure damns thee, Captain.
The six is not yet done fighting. They're in cover! Corner! Sniper, break them!
Hell yeah.
What in throne's name are they attempting?
Whatever the cult intends, those stims are clearly part of it. Strike team, silence please, now.
That's it for this side. Oh, there it is. Oh. Is everybody on that side? All right, cool. Freak 'em. Nice. Hell yeah, you guys.
I concur, but what were the cults attempting here?
That remains to be seen, but you can be certain I will find out.
Nice, dude. Hell yeah.
Alright, Blower, come join us over at YouTube on a channel called My Streaming Buddy. We play every Tuesday and most Thursdays.
Heck yeah, dude.
He's all like, I don't know if I want to, like, go shill my channel on Darktide.
Wait, who? What? Damn, dude. Yeah, bro. I'm sorry about that cat too, bro.
This is like,
That's rough.
wait, what? Huh? What?
Adrian's River lost a cat in the bush once. 8 years ago. It's like, damn, dude. Yeah, no, I feel that. If I were to lose one of my guys, I'd be wrecked. Yeah, dude. I had another cat that I rescued from outside, and like I wasn't allowed to have it at home as per apartment rules. So I gave it to like my little brother, and Oh, I don't know. You just didn't take care of it as well as like I would have. It would escape the house and stuff, and like one day it just never came back. And it's like, damn, dude, can't let him out, bro. But oh well. But I hear you. Good kitties.
Commodore, I'd like to thank you for providing additional training for our rejects.
Think nothing of it. Happy to help. As long as the Aquillas keep flowing.
You want to do level 3?
Yeah, that's done. Done. Yeah, I'm down.
Can't be doing that in my ear, man. You make me want to.
Oh yeah, sorry. My bad.
I have this theory about why yawning is contagious.
Me too. Is it about brainwaves?
But I gotta ask, why do you think? Why do you think it's contagious? Well, like, I'm not even in your proximity, so how would your brain waves cause me to want to yawn?
Why do brainwaves have to have a proximity?
Has proximity based on how much power is being put out into it.
I don't know, man. I don't even know. People don't even know what consciousness is. But yeah, that's all it was. Just a flicker of the brain that, I don't know, was somebody interacting with the same brain waves, not the same brain waves, but on the same like
So
how
yawning
Yeah,
is,
let's hear it.
Like your brain gasping for air. Okay. So what a
That's already proven though,
well-oiled
right?
machine brain is gonna do is have plenty of oxygen, right? So subconsciously, when you hear somebody else yawn, your brain says, I want to remain competitive, I'm going to yawn and gasp for oxygen also. Like, I'm gonna hit the nitrous button in the car and keep up in the race, right?
I guess, yeah, maybe.
I think it's a competitive thing.
Yeah, I hear you. I never thought of it that way. Just like at its most primal thing, it's a competitive thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it's not like you're consciously yawning to be
No.
mentally competitive with the next guy over.
No,
right?
just like you don't have to think about blinking or breathing or. Yeah.
Right.
The brainstem takes care of that stuff.
Anything that moves, I shine to it.
Hmm. Well, it's a good theory, and yeah, I'll give it some thought. Yeah, it's interesting. Competitiveness, just the monkey part of the brain being like, oh, I can do it too, and I can do it better than you.
Yeah, I don't really see it in a lot of other animals.
Yeah.
Like, if your cat yawns, like, the other cats don't start yawning. That's not a thing.
No. Like, yeah, because I catch my animals yawning, but like not from a contagious yawn.
Right, but you, like, see the animal yawning, and you might yawn, too.
One thing that I know for sure is that you can trust no.
That's the weird part about it. I think it's very lizard brain.
I've never noticed.
Or perhaps, better put, like you said, monkey brain.
Yeah.
I'd be curious, like, what Jane Goodall might have to say
Fuck.
about something like that.
Thank you guys. That stupid trapper got me. But we're good, we're good.
Heavy gunner sighted.
Oh, they're both bots? Alright, my bad. Oh, bastard.
The hound is gone. I'm prowling.
Gather your team and I'll clear you for access.
Yeah, leave those bots behind.
Yup. Ah. Ah.
Medicaid station fully functioning.
Tox flame is out.
There's ammo right here if you need more.
I got an ammo can.
Major neutralized. Shock gunner inside. I am no. Search the spider is 1-4. Major gun. Get me back in the fight. Squad man needs help. First and dropped. Do not prove me right about you. Good soldier. Ammo. We can use that. We have begun.
Man, I swore I flipped that lever.
Assassin's minor is 1-5. That's enough of that! Major son! Begone! Major down! Texas minor is 1-4. Hell! Scratch one major! Acknowledged! Mutiny neutralized! This is the so-called veteran.
You're almost done.
Pathetic.
Oh, trapper got me. I don't know where he went though. Oh, you already got him? Nice. Burster.
Pitiful. And the veterans of the lost cause have fallen. Veteran! The veteran has fallen. In battle, as is
In
brother.
battle.
The alarm's off, so you're clear to proceed.
Ammo! Foxhound! I hear it. Tertium has fallen into anarchy.
It must be purged. Weapons dead! Out remonstrating! Fire out! Flame adjust!
Alright. Press on to the deep archive and let's get this done.
Keep watch for a curve! Nothing more from that curve! Sextus Minoris 105! Out there!
Whoop whoop! It's the sound of the police.
Alright, I'm gonna go get the box.
I will aid you. This once.
I've just got the second wind.
Cool.
Stand back from that barrel.
Practice full! Target!
I'm dropping ammo.
Alright.
Drop this ammo, brothers!
Keep on through the cogitator hall. It's not far now.
I am relentless man. I do not leave.
Need a hand here!
The abomination is dead. Good riddance.
Of course! We all know like it done.
Savage.
I hear a demon host.
It's right there to the left.
On the other side. Well, the dog's there. Nice, thank you.
Get up from there. Muti's dead. Neutralize the bomber.
Go now! Kill it!
Clean kill.
Got a shotgun!
Ruler. Forward.
Together for this.
The blood-footed Harduggy.
Kill them all!
Hell yeah.
Fucking bots.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the thief archive. Keep your discipline and head downwards.
Yes, he's worrying, and you think it's remarkable. Get ready! Pounding coming!
Nice.
Gone. Clean kill. Don't get distracted. Plenty more cover. Cool it, would you? You're making me nervous. I ain't being nervous. Chase them down. Flush them out. Okay. Here's a how close. Get down. Reaching. Hot flame and rock. Barrel's gonna blow.
Oh, the trapper got me in the fire, of course. Nice, thank you.
Sextus Minoris 105. Master has been judged. Kill the gunner. The curve is crowding. Tom's flavor.
Group up and let's get this finished.
Hell yeah. Yo, Zonex, what's up, dude? Hell yeah.
Stay here. Stay here.
Oh,
Sextus Minoris 77 charging in. Pound it down. Suffer not the mutant. Foxwogler! He's gonna blow!
bro.
A mess. Hurts.
I dropped a health pack in here.
Everyone a dip.
You'll need your servo skull for the next part. Get it deployed.
Hadron here. Initiating search routines.
You are judgment incarnate, next mate. Fox burst out.
There are answers in this place, but you will require your auspexes to find them. What are you waiting for? The servo skull is waiting for your data upload.
Die for my
Well, I'm in here now. Let's see what we can do.
Yo, Zonex, what's up, dude? Hell yeah, bro.
Yo.
That will be sufficient. Upload to the servo skull if you would be so good.
Return fire!
Varlets, a new search area has been reached. Proceed. Acquire new data.
Bro.
The scan's done. No thanks to the rest of you.
Badger's coming in!
Trapper neutralized. Next target.
Are you waiting for an invitation? Very well. I humbly beseech you to upload your data to the servo skull. Instruction recognized. Analyze.
How you feeling, Zonex? How's that headache?
It's better.
That's good, man.
No, I was just feeling like, what you call it, that my head was just
Pressure.
being squished, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sore.
Yeah.
Right there, bones. Their skulls.
baby, all self-conscious!
Out here.
You've been gunning for me this whole time, haven't you, brothers?
Out demonstrating.
It was a good thing I stopped streaming when I did. Bad thing happened afterwards.
Oh no, yeah.
And I'm not going into that though.
Well, I'm glad you're better than earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, let's say that.
Collect the scroll and get to the escape.
Once we pick through that data, we can start knocking on doors. You're done for now.
Escape.
Escape.
Bring them down. Make way. Sarcus minoris. 9-1. Go, Sergeant. I am watching each one of you.
Hell yeah, you
I love
guys.
It's a horde destroying build. Like it's literally, I just need 2 or 3 like elite kills in a horde, and that horde just starts to melt away.
Wait, 3 elite kills and what?
It's what to call it? Yeah, I don't know. I'm playing around some fun points that just creates fire all over the place.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Getting the build tweak going. Tweaking the builds.
Purification by fire is the only way to treat a heretic.
That's right.
No, it's not only fire; it's warp fire. So
Sounds like heresy.
To the stake.
It's only heresy if you die by it.
Wait, isn't it heresy if you survive
kills
by
all
it?
the heretics. If it
kill the heretic, purge the mutant, and
yeah, as I said, if it kills all the
witch, right?
heretics, then how can it be heresy?
Well, because you're supposed to also burn the witch, right?
Yeah. Burn her at the stake. What was it if you tied her to the thing and threw her in the river, and if she drowned, then she wasn't a witch? But if she escapes, if she escapes, then she must have been a witch.
It's if she weighs more than a duck and she floats, she's a witch.
Yeah.
You only know if she was a witch if she doesn't float.
But the funny thing is, you you tie a big ass rock to them, then you throw them in a river, and then if they float, well, they're a witch. If they don't, they're not a witch. But who the fuck is going down there to get them anyways? You know?
Yup. Yup. I thought it was like, would she eat burnt steak? Adrian server. Maybe.
I thought it was like when she eats burnt steak.
Whenever you guys are ready to start the next one, I'm ready.
This is probably going to be my last one.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like 10 minutes to 5.
Damn. Yeah, dude.
Outside the 5? Oh,
yeah, we've been on for a quick minute. We got our watch party in for Fallout. Got another one of our guys painted. We did all right.
This one is like 5 hours.
Yeah.
5.5.
Yeah, we're 5 hours and 18 minutes deep right now.
All right, just for you, Zonex. No extra dogs.
No extra dogs, but what else? I'm rolling steel. Oh.
You can count on my steel.
Suck it, Trebek.
Rolling steel. It's the short mission there on the train.
I like the trade mission.
I mean, it's cool and all. It just gets a little samey, if that makes sense. It's too short.
Well, they didn't give me the option of the trench run. And most of the options had extra dogs, so...
I beat Oblivion today.
Yeah,
I did, and I don't know if you were around yesterday, but I was complaining about Well, I wasn't complaining, but when I finished playing Oblivion, I said during the stream, oh, you know, what's really going to suck is if there's only 10 minutes left in the game, and I could have just beaten it today, but we're going to save it for next time. So I decided to play it today, and guess what? Only 10 minutes left. Busted, yeah, dude. So the first 10 minutes of the stream is Oblivion, and then I switched it over to some Assassin's Creed for a couple hours.
All right.
Yeah. So it wasn't a complete waste of a stream. But yeah, dude, we finally beat it. We can shelf the game. Yeah, we did all right.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, is that what that game was? Some version of Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the like a Valhalla version.
Hello. I hear people talking. What are you talking about?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Hello.
Yo, we're all over on a YouTube channel called My Streaming Buddy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we're
Then I
chilling.
won't disturb you, I guess.
Hanging out, purging some heretic ass. Thanks for joining, man.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're just talking about like different games. What do you call it? Assassin's Creed, which I haven't played in forever.
What's
But
Assassin's
everybody,
Creed?
he's playing that.
I played Valhalla because well, I thought it would be a historical title, but unfortunately it's not a fantasy version, so
Yeah.
not to my liking, but it does have some historical aspects, though most of them are assumptions about, you know, like the Vikings.
Yeah.
Settled their territory. They did not. I mean, yes, they made alliances. You know, raided monasteries, but you know, when Vikings raid a monastery, they usually like they kill most of the people there and stuff. They're not
Yeah.
the benevolent Vikings you can find in modern games. I can understand why. I mean, make a game for you know, accessible and not get banned by, you know, the audience and publishing. So I just need people go and kill and rape people. So you kind of want to make a game a little bit more journalistic.
Yeah. It was a game I was streaming about 8 months ago, and I haven't streamed it since. And I decided to, well, once I beat Oblivion today, I decided to play it a little bit more. So I got back on it and was playing some today. It's fun, but yeah, I might not finish it, but hopefully I'm barely getting through chapter 2 right now, so it's gonna either take me a while or I'm gonna switch to streaming something else.
I mean, we all have our own preferences, I guess. For a person who just wants to relax and play a game which is fun, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Like most people do, and it's those games are like extremely long and tedious.
Yeah, no, I like story mode games. Just want to chill, relax, not throw my controller through the TV.
I'm like completely opposite, unfortunately. I only enjoy very deep, you know, grand strategy games when you see them counter taxes and culture and all that. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said like we're all different.
Yeah, no, as long as you're having a good time, dude, that's what it's about.
Yeah, why are we playing a game if you don't have a good time?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, sometimes I wonder, man, I see people play games and all they do is yell at it and complain and blame the game and say that the game's bullshit and this and that. It's like, bro, why are you playing if like you're gonna complain this much?
I've also done this.
No, I've done it too, but like I know it's my fault and user error.
Game, but sometimes it can feel a little bullshit. Right?
It is, I know, but like, damn, dude, you're gonna give yourself a heart
I mean,
attack.
if you don't like the narrative, like if you don't like the type of the game you're playing, and you are still playing it and complaining, then yes, that's dumb.
Yeah,
At
yeah,
the
yeah.
same time, if you love the narrative of the
Yeah.
game, like Grand Strategy, for example, but it's the third or the fourth or the fifth in the case of Europe and Missiles 5, for example, my favorite game. It's the fifth in the series, and you still have all the bugs from
Exactly.
the first one. you kind of like, I guess you have the right to complain, like, in some instances, because when you played like 1,000 hours and understand what the game is about, you're like veteran, if you will, and you've been playing all other games in the series, and Paradox themselves, the company knows you. Yeah, you kind of have a little bit of say. At least you can criticize. That's how criticism works. Criticism actually is really important for for a company to grow and fix their mistakes. It's like when you criticize your favorite chef, not because you hate him, but because he made a meal that can be improved upon. So,
yeah, dude. Another part of it also for me, sometimes, well, not most of the time, but sometimes, very few times, I'll want to beat a game just because I started it when I should probably just shelf it and call it a day on it and go to something else. But I feel incomplete when I just leave it there. Oh, I need some cover.
Hey buddy, you wanna drop that ammo?
I need some cover so I can so we can get moving with the mission. Can you guys cover me?
The mission is almost done, actually. We're doing pretty good.
Alright. Dropping the ammo right here. Yeah. Whoop his ass.
Death is one born to it, fire breath.
Nice, you guys. Good looking out.
Let's kill it for a train. I
yeah,
mean,
buddy.
The Mechanicus guy is going to be really upset about this. As far as I understand, I'm not professional in Warhammer lore, but people consider technology to be alive. Like, people talk to the stuff, to the machines.
Yeah. What is alive, anyways?
Very much considered to be alive.
Does this make me real? Or this, or these?
I mean,
weapons like the boulder gun, right? It's considered to have a holy spirit residing in them, and machines are seen as having machine spirits, which you need to appease by maintenance or prey.
Well, I mean, I talk to my plant sometimes, to keep myself company, so I don't judge. I'm just curious.
Yeah, dude, if you ever want to roll by, we're streaming over on My Streaming Buddy on YouTube and other areas. We play every Tuesday and sometimes Thursdays.
Cut out.
Jack Boot, Zondon. You guys want to vote? Oh, did not bring the fellas? Hold on. All right, there it is. There we go.
So, how long you been playing on this game? It's just your first time, or
I'm a noob to this game. I'm like maybe, what would you guys say? Maybe like 8 months in, maybe almost a year.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Our buddy Zondin.
I bought it a long time ago. Yeah, but
about 200 hours or so. I would say now. In it.
Oh, well, that's quite a while.
Yeah, Zondin knows the in and outs of the game pretty well.
I have almost 1,300 hours now, so.
You should probably tell me then how to achieve that penance where you do not take any damage as a veteran at all. I cannot get that one.
Yeah, that's
That's
one I'd
easy.
like to get my hands on too.
I mean, it's easy for me. I
Right.
did it first time around. It's all it requires is you playing a shout build, and you have a psych on the team with psychokinetic aura, and that's basically it.
Hmm.
What's a shout or a dude? Is it like knock back enemies or something?
It gives you golden toughness, which absorbs all damage, corruption, whatever you name it. As long as you have one golden toughness, you can tank a what you call it, a pox burster.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah. It's the Zealot, I think, has an ability to boost the toughness in a short period of time.
Yep.
Within the
Horus.
break. Well, he basically prays to the God Emperor himself. And God Emperor magically provides him protection because he believes in it, I guess.
Well, all right, boys. That one was my last one, so I'm gonna sign out for the night. I'll be on the YouTube hanging out though.
All right, dude. Yeah, thanks for
Alright.
kicking ass with us, hanging out. You know my schedule, and I'll see you soon.
Word. Yeah, it was a good time.
But yeah, it's honestly fairly simple to get it. It's just play the lowest, what do you call it, required difficulty, right?
I can't.
Take a-
It requires malice and above, I believe, or heresy and above.
I can't remember. It's a while ago. I did it.
Can check. I think it's called. Oh, there we go. Complete a full mission on malice threat or higher without taking any melee damage.
Any melee damage, yeah. That's fair. That's honestly that's fairly simple.
Well, simple for someone who has 300 hours in it. Not as simple for an old and feeble guy with dull reflexes like myself.
Yeah, I don't know. Granted, I also did it when what you call it, veterans had a shorter cooldown on a shout. I mean, they're gotten a little nerf to their shout. They're not. They're gotten a nerf to the duration of the shout, because before you could basically go from a shout into another shout, so you constantly had the gold health.
Yeah, a lot of things changed. I bought a game a few years ago, but I haven't played it much. I bought it on sale, and I played only, I think, 3 matches, and then I quit because the City Skylines 2-star came out, and I just instantly got
Nice.
sucked into building the city, and it took months. So when I came back, because one of my friends on this team just said, you should come back. You should play the game. This game is wonderful. I'm like, okay. Well, I came back and I noticed a lot of changes. First of all, I noticed the dogs everywhere. Just dogs, dogs, and dogs. People with dogs running around. And I'm like, oh my god, the dog. The dog, the dog. I need to play this game with the dog. And I stick around and now I'm here, I guess.
Hell
trying
yeah.
to perfect the game now with the dogs.
Fair enough. I mean,
Poor dogs though, the cloud in armor and stuff. I'm like, no, you should let it go. I know, I'm that one of those weird guys who just, sees something and like virtual character and still, still a character. I'm like, oh no, poor chaos spawn. We're killing killing poor chaos spawn. This thing is suffering.
dude.
Instead of curing it, we're killing it, we're burning it with fire.
Okay, so you know the Beast of Nurgle, that big slug thingy, right?
Yeah.
Did you know it had the mentality of a golden retriever?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Bro.
all it wants to do is just play. But sadly enough for it, right? All its playthings, i.e. humans, or other fleshy things, break when it plays with them.
Bro.
So, so that can, what you call it? In many cases, it will spiral them into like a deep depression, and they will, what you call it? Literally kill themselves, and become a rot fly.
Yeah, that sounds so sad.
It's very, very sad.
I mean, literally, if you think about it, I'm not proficient in Warhammer lore, but still, like, technically, we're killing off our own citizens, right? Poor guys turn into zombies, and now we just go around instead of finding a cure, we're just decimating them, we just burn them, we turn it into sports by now. Like, that's not a right way to view the disease spread. Can you imagine, like, if COVID like hits the world and we just decide, to start a hunting ground for the diseased, go and kill them? I'm like, no, we should find a cure. We should help them.
So the planet we're on now, right? The Hive City we're on. The only reason why it hasn't been totally eradicated is because of the resources there's on the planet. The planet's resources are literally more important than the people on the planet.
Right.
So just typical materialistic, selfish needs, basically.
Yes, and when inevitably when there's no resources left, the planet will be deemed exterminators, which means the planet is gonna get blown the heck up. It's gonna be removed.
Damn, no wonder I was not a big fan of Warhammer 40k for my, deeply, I want to call politics, but, a deeply Star Trek kind of guy with all the, caring and sharing stuff. No wonder I never got into Warhammer when I was a kid.
There's lots of caring and sharing in Warhammer. It's just in a different way.
Different aspects.
Yeah.
The future is grim and dark.
I mean, yeah. I don't try to change the universe. It's just like, oh my god, it's so sad, killing off for our citizens.
So I gotta ask, which difficulty are we trying to do?
We did Heresy, I believe, just with the train mission.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's the middle one.
Yeah, I know.
Right now, I'm just trying to complete as many penances as I could because I've unlocked most of the stuff already. Because I've been playing with my friends the other day, so I kind of want to do the, tedious penances, like kill 500 elites with like a knife in the back or something like that, which takes a while, It just takes like 100.
Which means you need a lot of enemies.
I guess so. A lot of elite enemies. That's why. But on the hardest difficulty, I died. Plus, I kind of want to do the dependencies for the weapons to just max out some of the weapons and forget about them and just get it done. It's not all the weapons are good, so kind of chose the 200 swords. As in,
Two-handed swords? They're fucking amazing.
I mean, yes, of course. I've tried them in real life because when I was a bit younger, I did some reenactment practices. HEMA, the medieval kind of, if you know what it means, the medieval practice. And the central part of HEMA is the fencing with 200 swords. So let me tell you, they're not as easy to handle as they seem. You need a lot of practice not to hurt yourself, most importantly, because when you swing a sword, because it's the weight of the sword, it's concentrated not in the pommel, but in the blade itself, it will swing right back at you if you're not careful enough to plan your next strike.
Yeah, I mean, I've also practiced a bit. What you call the training swords are generally speaking a little heavier because they're the same width, but there's more material on the edges, right? So they're a little heavier.
Right.
Whereas a sharpened sword has a better balance profile, or it should have at least.
Right. I mean, it also depends on kind of sword, because two-handed swords are a broad term, right? Is it a bastard sword? Is it the proper two-handed?
Two-handed sword is a sword you can fit two hands on. Bastard sword is a
it's one and a half.
A classification. It is a classification that came afterwards.
Yeah.
It's still a two-handed sword, though.
Right, because there's also great swords, for example, also classified as two-handed, but they're also a separate category entirely.
Great swords is just a two-handed sword, but bigger.
Indeed, yeah. There are the claymores, the different kinds of classifications.
But yeah, I'll totally agree with you. Fighting with two-handed swords, two-handed anything, is there's a ton of technique in it.
Discipline.
You will get tired. Like, I'm not a big muscle guy. I'm more finesse kind of guy, so I just plan to strike. Because in real battle, in real duel, most people really like it. They're just mighty, non-stop, like 15 minutes. No, it's usually 1 or 2 strikes, maybe 3 strikes, and then the person either disabled, or disarmed, or he will surrender. Because most of the time, if you're fighting more than like 2 minutes, you will get extremely tired. Because 200 swords are not meant to be used constantly for hours on end, like in the movies or games. Most people do.
Oh no, I mean a lot of people are also doing it kind of wrong, because any two-handed weapon is not really. I mean, it helps if you're strong. Don't get that wrong, but it's more of what you call it. It's more the chain of your body, the structure of your strikes and stuff like that that helps. I mean, yes, you can be very strong and you can swing it hard, yes, but you can swing it harder if you are weak in their strength department, right? But if you have the correct chain, the correct structure, you can swing it harder than a guy that's stronger than you.
Yeah, it's called positioning in HEMA. You have to place your strikes, and then you basically put your sword down. So the strike goes, for example, on the pad, and it just goes down instantly, so your hand can rest. And you don't even feel sometimes the weight because you're not holding it. You just chain a strike like this, and then it goes back down and then back up. And in this way, you can actually fight for quite a while.
No,
But
I'm down.
It takes a lot of practice.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice, huh?
Sorry, I'm trying to help you. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm bad at multitasking when I talk, and I sometimes can forget what I need to do.
I have, and this might seem silly, but I've practiced a ton on my own. Just, what you call it, with a foam, what you call it, a LARP greatsword. Just practicing the different guards and stuff like that. I mean, you can really do it with anything. You can do it with a broomstick, if you will. Like.
The guards itself, it's a whole evolution process. If you look at how the sword guards evolve, like they become larger and larger, and the shields became smaller and smaller. Because
that's because of armor. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And basically, the shield was later on just discarded.
If you look at it, that direct evolution of better armor. What you call it also coincide with the shields got smaller. Like armor got better, shield got smaller. Like you don't need a big shield if you have really good armor.
And still, some medieval people, they were actually really practical. Like when Italians, for example, they they invented the plate armor. First originated in northern Italy, but they still used to wear the chainmail underneath it, even though it made no sense. It's just extra weight.
Bro.
The armor that's basically impregnable, but
thank you.
They still, the pragmatics, they knew that something could happen. They knew that the more protection, the better, basically. So the Germans did not do this. The Germans actually abandoned this idea entirely. Just tried to improve the plate armor itself, which resulted in fluted armor. That's the new one. Oh, here we go. I talked too much, I got caught like a fish. It's the lesson from the day. Do not talk when the guys hunt you. To finish my thought, yes, the shield, some people, even when the armor was sufficient enough, some people still used shields, like huge shields or knuckle shields, tiny ones.
Oh yeah, shields never really went away. They just got very, very small.
Plus, there were some decorative shields, if you will, for tournament practices. Like even in the 16th century, there was like a tournament shield that was used since like 13th century. They don't even hit in the shield; it's just strapped into your arm.
Nice, good looking out.
We'll probably die here. I don't trust. I see my health bar.
Die?
Even though I have what is called the perk. The lower your health bar, the more damage you do. I forgot what it's called, but
martyrdom.
Yeah, I think so. I picked it up yesterday because I need to complete a penance, but it seems it will take quite a while. But I better get used to it. Up in one fifth in the health bar.
Yes, beloved. What a ruffian. I'm gonna hurt you. Do you see the ammunition, conscript? Are you lost, traitor? How demonstrating!
Dying.
coming.
I knew it was my destiny to die this once.
Your courage and your feet.
Yeah, buddy.
My thanks. Exemplar.
Thank you.
No worries.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh.
So many guns spawned at the same time.
So, big horde just popped in front of you there.
Alright. Good looking out, you guys.
We need to go for this, the enemy spawn.
There we go. I like this build. I found it tweaked it a bit. It's the only thing it can't really do is kill bosses, but it kills everything else.
I've realized that the best build to kill bosses, elites, and whatnot is the freaking narco dealer, cartel map, Hive Scum. Because the pistol is just, you know what I'm talking about, the pistol that shoots like flechette armor. It's just too good. It's just you shoot it once, twice, and you just wait for the guy to drop down.
I need to turn you up a little bit, or you need to turn yourself up a little bit. I have a little hard time to hear you when stuff is going down.
Yeah, me too a little bit.
Well, to be honest, I can't talk even louder because I'm extremely tired. But
whatever is easier.
Oh, that's a sniper.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But you're saying something about the Hive Scum. I think I've told you up.
Yeah, I was just saying that the Hive Scum class, for me at least, I just recently bought it like last week, the DLC I mean, and I figured out it was the best class for me to deal with elites and bosses because of the pistol. You know, the pistol that shoots like nails, the nail gun.
Oh yeah, the
The flechette armor gun, and it's just amazing. You just shoot it twice on a guy and it just drops down. No matter if it's a troll or it's just a sniper, regular guy, it's just doesn't matter. The pistol doesn't care.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm playing a on a. I usually play a shotgun build on him.
Yeah, the shotgun is. I don't like the double barrel shotgun just because in the heat of battle we deal with like large hordes. You kind of get overwhelmed, but the shotgun that comes with the law enforcement guy class, the arbiter guy, it's extremely powerful.
Dude, the double barrel shotgun on the Hive Scum. I don't know if you haven't like built it correctly or what, but you can take everything down with it, like literally everything.
Wait, I think the Hive Scum class has its own shotgun. I haven't seen it.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, you just need to create a build for it, right? So you can just use it regular. Right. Now I always get this is the third time I got freaking caught into the net and died. The net guy is my enemy.
Trapper.
Dude, nobody likes the netter.
For some reason, when I see him, I'm like, I want to call him the Latin name, Gladiator of the Net. the Britiarius. If you know your Roman history, you know the Romans gladiators. They had different kinds, right? One was like a fish, one was like a fisherman, and the net guy couldn't remember for some reason.
Yeah, I'm just making sure we get the last guy with us.
No more ammo. No matter.
Down we go.
I sense Morrow's hands in this. We'll have to find a way to remove them. Sextus Minoris 1-4.
Oh, I really don't like this.
If you have no valuable statement, remain silent.
I'm gonna hurt you.
We have ammo. I hear a flashbang. A chaos zone. Into the dark.
Damn.
I got you.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
There we go.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, we got a chaos spawn back here.
Do you want me to pick up a book here?
Nah, it's alright.
Harder.
I mean, I think I got one too.
2 books now. Somebody, can you guys come here and pick up this this package here, medical crate?
I'll be right there.
I'm going to be carrying the book.
Oh, yeah, you're a little far forward. We're dealing with a chaos spawn.
All right, I got the health pack.
If even the Lion's Gate is not safe from demonkind.
It was the black thing. The horror still haunts my nightmares.
Look in your dentist custodians for there. But even they are in wrong.
Amphitheater's in sight. It'll be locked down, but that's why we grabbed the ciphers. If the stims are there, get the roof open and signal the extraction team. If not, well, we'll figure it out. The roof's gonna be a giveaway as to what you're up to, so expect friends.
Yeah. Also, I gotta say, when it comes to take down bosses, Senate, the Senate class is, I would say, clearly the best one to do it.
The Zealot.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but you're not gonna take down a boss faster than one-shotting it.
Right.
Foxhound, I hear it.
But at the same time, you know, Zealot.
Oh, bro, the whole game just crashed. What the fudge? We apologize for the inconvenience. Dirty, dude. Error message and everything. Will I be able to get back in quick enough before the match ends? We'll see. Damn, dude. They got me. What? Did it kick Zonix off completely too? Oh no, there it is. Inoperative selection. I might have kicked him off also. The Morning Star. Yeah, dude, I might have just kicked us all off. I'll send him a friend request if he wants, though. What's up, dude? Yeah, no, we got the game crashed on us. Yeah, duck trees.
Did your game also crash?
Yeah, dude, the game completely all the way down to the desktop.
I know. Same here.
Damn,
What
that
happened?
sucks.
Damn.
I think
Not the first time, actually.
me either, but usually it crashes to like the menu screen and then I can get back in quick, but
Right.
yeah. There he is.
I lost a ton of experience.
Yeah, dude, that sucks. They kicked you all the way off too, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They all crashed.
Alright, well, we can try that one more time, but it'll probably be my last one if you guys are down.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yeah. I just crossed the 6-hour mark for streaming, and ooh, my eyes are tired. Well, not only 6 hours for right now's stream, but I also streamed like 3 hours previous to this stream for almost 3 hours. So yeah, we're up there. I'm tired. So yeah, I'm down for one more.
You
though.
should take more breaks. You should care about your health more. You know, just take 15-minute breaks.
Here and there, yeah,
know,
I probably
sure.
should. But we mix up the stream with stuff. So I haven't been playing video games the whole time. We did some painting. We paint some 40K miniatures on Tuesdays
nice.
also. Yeah, and then we watched an episode, the
Then
new
you watch-
Fallout.
You know the lore probably much more than I do, and all of my friends here.
I'm actually still pretty noob to the whole universe, but I'm learning. I'm learning.
You know, I had you can tell me if it's abnormal or not. I had this misconception because, as I said, I've been playing strategy games most of the time, and I got into Warhammer through Total War games, right? The Total War Warhammer
Oh,
games.
nice,
And the fantasy ones, yes. And when I was playing those games, like, oh, there's also the games, the same guys, but in space. So I thought, like, my logical way of thinking was, okay, so there are orcs and humans here, and there's an empire in Total War game. Oh, so I guess the humans, orcs, elves, and everyone else were fighting on this planet for 400,000 years, and eventually got. When I started to play this game and start to read more about Warhammer 40K, I realized the story is completely different.
yeah. The universe is so big.
I mean,
There's
like,
so many stories, though. Who's to say your story doesn't exist somewhere in the universe somewhere?
I mean, the universe is big, but
Yep.
the universe cannot have the same kind of people in the same kind of place. So I
Yeah.
guess it's more like multiverse, closest multiverse to yourself. So the multiverse can be
The warp.
extremely different. Like Star Wars and Star Trek are extremely different, but within the Star Wars universe, there could be different paths, right? In one path, the Empire won, it controls the galaxy. In other path, the invaders from different galaxy came over and conquered everyone. It's all the same, but a little bit different. So same here, I guess. Maybe in some universe, the God Emperor was living in Warhammer fantasy world, but in some universe he was not. A completely different story. I kind of want to believe this, I guess, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I've met so many interesting people while playing this game, just simply talking to
Yeah.
random players. I met one girl, for example, who it's a funny story. Like, I was just chilling on the deck bridge, you know, in the main lobby. I noticed one person had level 34, and I was like, oh, you cannot have level above 30. So I asked this person, like, what's up? Why is your level 34, not 30? She was like, oh, that's because the Havoc missions. Right? You have to do some missions in private groups or something like that. Havoc difficulty level. And I didn't know about this, but then she just asked a very interesting question for me. Just out of random. Like, how often do you visit the city of Umbral? And I'm like, huh. I know Latin a little bit. I know that Umbra means shadow in Latin. So the game kind of also have a little bit of Latin references. So naturally, I thought she was talking about the game lab. But when I talked to her more, I realized she was actually talking about the astral projections in real life. Apparently she believes she's some kind of a medium, like a psycho in real life, and she goes out of her body and just, you know, like, and we talk for like 4 hours, and I'm like, it's so interesting, like, I just talked to a random person in online game, and now I realized there is a whole new universe where people go out of their bodies and explore, talk to Jesus.
Sounds like heresy.
Well, I mean, I am, you know, judging by my own political beliefs, I bet most of the people here would not even listen to me beyond like 30 seconds. I'll probably be like, just castrated, put down on the cross for my honesty, so to say. But what can you do, right? Not help but be yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, we usually just try to have a good time around here. Painting, 40K, kicking some ass, taking names.
Trying not to get netted again by the net guys. I think they're called trappers, right? Trappers?
Yep. Trappers, yeah. Hate those guys.
For me, it's the trappers, and I used to hate dogs, but, you know, virtual dogs are still dogs, so I try to not hate them too much. But at least you can dodge.
You can push the dog way before you think you can push them.
Yeah, there's also an achievement for it, I believe. For me, it's the trappers and guys double-handed access. The boots.
Oh, the rangers.
Berserkers. Yeah.
I mean, you can build around those. You just need enough impact to basically knock them around, and they become they're no longer a problem.
I cannot, like, you know.
Oh, we got a chaos spawn.
Let's
that we do.
Oh, it knocked me off, or I jumped off or something.
No, that is the beast of Nurgle. The chaos spawn is just a dick. Nope.
I'm out of ammo.
There's a med station here. Let me find you some ammo. Any ammo.
It really sounds like you need to play this build I'm playing, buddy. You know, infinite ammo. really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, some classes have perks for almost infinite ammo. Like the Hype Scum class. Killing elites replenishes like 20% of your ammo supply.
Yeah. I mean, it is literally infinite ammo if there is enough
If you use
elites.
it. If you use it correctly.
The criminal can kill. That bunch was never in doubt. First crack! No ammo! Cannot engage!
Not for long!
Grenades here.
You found grenades? Oh, you got taken?
The Ranger lies slain!
I could use a couple of grenades.
Grenades?
There are some grenades on the way.
If I see some, I'll let you know.
Alright.
Saw a few just the other time.
Watch out for burster there.
A lot of ledges here can hold down from. Oh, damn. Hold down.
Foxhound! I hear it! Beauty is down!
You coming?
Fox flame at rock!
Thank you.
Come on. Yeah, buddy. Oh, come on.
Again.
Sorry, before I could kill it before I was in range there. That's my bad.
Yeah. I see some book there.
I mean, you're welcome to take the books.
It is a book.
I don't need them personally, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, then I'll just leave it be. My friend told me the other day it makes the game harder if you take a book.
No. I mean, yes, but no. It just takes up a utility slot. It's not like
really?
Vermintide,
So just,
where it actually makes the game harder.
Because he told me, like, if you take a scripture, the book, the more enemies will spawn or something like that.
No.
Or become corrupted.
The corrupted, that's the grimoire. Yeah, that book will make the game harder, but I don't know. There's just no reward for doing make the game harder, so there's no reason to do so.
Oh yes, let's charge
Dark grimoire. I actually collect tarot cards in real life, so I should be corrupted as hell. I'll be crucified for heresy for being living in this universe.
Pay attention. Auspex scan beginning. Remain in close proximity.
Actually, I was reading the Warhammerpedia, the encyclopedia for the game and the universe itself, just to get myself started with all those factions and stuff. And I believe they also use tarot cards. There's like an Imperial Tarot for Psychers. Try to predict the future or something like that.
Might be. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, I just read it somewhere. I look at the word tarot, I'm like, oh, what's this? It'd be actually cool if they would sell Warhammer stuff, not just the minifigures, but like, swords and books and different kinds of
do.
Stuff. They do?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a
maybe in US.
huge
or
market.
I searched on Canadian Amazon. I'm Canadian, but haven't found much.
Okay, can somebody take the net off me? Pipe? I'm right behind you. Net?
Coming.
Yeah.
Oh.
Those also nomadic. Alright, one more to scan.
Right here.
Yep, got it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep all the ranged grab away. So.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Elevator.
Does somebody wants to take up this medic right here because I'm carrying the scripture?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
And the elevator is here.
Nice. Let's pop that down in the elevator.
Up we go.
I shall not grieve for the water cartel. Heretics and wastrels all.
It's better to use this med crate here, because then we are fighting 2 health also.
A fitting
And there goes my achievement for having low health and deal damage with it.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah.
Hey, what happened?
Elevator just closed.
Yeah, the door closed on me.
What? What the hell?
I can't get out. Oh, there it goes. Woo!
Oh, there we go.
That was a close one, bro. Thought it was over for me.
Actually, I just joined one game the other day, and all the guys got stuck.
Bruh.
Like Mortis Trials. In the middle of like Mortis Trials, and new enemies just didn't want to spawn.
I've gotten stuck inside of the health station before a couple times.
Health station too. Lots of bugs in this game. Like sometimes I just wonder, the game looks so polished on the outside, but
yeah.
You know, when the level takes, this takes quite a while, like 20 minutes or more sometimes. It kind of feels, you know, not right. The game has been out for a while and you still have crashes.
Yeah. I mean, I consider there's a lot less crashes than it used to be.
Well, yes, that's why I play this game. This actually, if you compare it to what's in the market right now, it's insanely polished. Because these days, people just don't want to make polished games. Just
money grabs.
When this came out, it wasn't polished at all. It was giant mess, like a huge mess.
Beneficent Emperor, bless this holy work.
I think the first like 2 weeks of this game getting released, it was borderline unplayable.
Oh
damn.
Well, as Bible says, you know, patience is a virtue. That's why I waited, and I'm happy that I waited.
Watch out for a burst in there.
Well, I'm happy I was right next to the Medicaid station. There are 2 more books in this level. Like I've been exploring all over and I only found 1.
They're off the beaten path sometimes. I mean, we have been running pretty much straight through. A lot of times the books are like hidden in an alcove somewhere, or you know.
The natter again. I did find all the.
I'm gonna go get Buddy.
Yep.
The symbols, the corrupted images and stuff.
Well, that's a fool's errand in there.
Even the adamant cannot endure alone.
Buddy, you coming?
What?
Close. Kill.
I'm just trying to do the missions. Get the stuff started, data. Yeah, one of our guys died.
Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Oh, I'm down.
Find me. Somebody can.
Careful the snipers. Nice, thank you guys.
There's actually an achievement if you dodge a ton of sniper shots. You can kind of see the player before they shoot. You try to dodge, you get an achievement.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Got it.
It's that achievement is very easy to do on Hivescom because in your
dodges.
In your Desperado, your one ability, you automatically dodge all range attacks. Yep. You just stand still and let a sniper shoot you, basically.
Yep. I mean, the highest come class, to get achievements for it, it's unbelievably easy. Like, for achievements for highest come, it's just, you know, use the potion, right? Use the stim pack for 500 times. Or drop the steam crate 45 times. It's not even comparable to
oh, I died. I'm dead. The gas killed me.
Yeah, I'm trying to. And Buddy should spawn right about here.
Alright, I'm ready for a respawn.
For some reason, this game reminds me of Payday 2. You know, like the general style of going many football players.
Payday 2?
Oh, Payday 2. You know, where you rob banks and stuff. Kind of reminds me. We kind of need more slashers and, you know, co-op games on the market, because nowadays it's really hard to find other like huge online games, open worlds which are not polished enough or not detailed.
I mean, you really only have 3 of them. You got this one, Vermintide 1, and Vermintide 2.
What I'm saying is
really the only.
you should like you can make this type of games work in ton of universes. You can make the same for, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, King of the Wars.
Oh, yeah.
You can make the same for, you know, like I don't know, James Bond. You can make the same for a ton of franchises.
Keep
just
this
pick
covered.
one and make it. For Assassin's Creed,
1, 2, 3.
I would honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly, just because I like the 40k universe, right? I would like to see a like a 40k MMO that's made in the same style as this, but you go on like 20, 40-man raids.
Right.
That would be absolutely insanity.
Would be nice. Like You know this level they recently added to the game, that you fight in the trenches, a full one basically. Just expand this. Use the Battlefield formula, use this game's formula, combine them, and make a game. Could be awesome. Like let someone drive a tank. Can you imagine? Like there's a ton of lore for picking tanks and vehicles and
Get to the
other
escape.
stuff, artillery. You can make a ton of stuff playable in the game and people will love it. I mean, Warhammer is on the rise right now.
Escape.
They're making Total War Warhammer game.
I mean, Warhammer has been on the rise for the last 40 years. So.
Yeah, but nowadays it's back into it's into the video game line. Back in the day, it was like a nerd hobby for for a specific group of people, and these days it's becoming more and more mainstream, which is really good. And they need to just keep doing this, keep innovating the format. Like I can't wait for Total War Warhammer 40K.
Hell yeah, you guys good looking
The
out.
original games. Yeah. Sorry, I ramble a lot.
No, you're all good, man.
Like, look, we just flew in the freaking. It's not a helicopter, it's not a plane, but you know what I mean. This transport. You can make this playable in an MMO style game.
I would like them to keep Warhammer as Warhammer, and please do not transform my Warhammer into Call of Duty. Please don't.
Yes, indeed. That's why I said like you need to take the formula from other games, but still keep the core, so to say. Like this game, for example. If you're gonna make skins, or if you're gonna make weapons and armor and whatnot, clothes, it should be universe-based. I mean, even Battlefield 6 nowadays, it's so, arcadey. It's insufferable.
You know what? I don't hate the arcadiness of Battlefield 6. To me, that's fine.
Yeah.
What I really despise in modern shooters, it is the pop culture references in them, right? It's not even pop culture references. It's just, oh, there's this new celebrity. Well, let's put him in the game. There's this new celebrity with a hot take on, I don't know, fucking cucumbers. Let's put him in our game. Like, what is your identity in your game now? Is it just put everything in the game that has gotten more than 1 million likes on something, or what are we doing here?
It's like putting Nicki Minaj in Star Wars game for no reason at all.
Yep.
I mean, those people don't even exist, quote unquote, in those universes. So you just breaking the fourth wall. You just reminding people they're not playing a game when people want to play a game.
Takes me out of it, bro.
That's the point of escapism. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, when I seen Emperor Palpatine, the Jedi, and Master Yoda, and besides them stands Nicki Minaj, I'm like, I want to scratch my head. What am I playing here?
Dude, I can tell you that would be a fucking uproar if somebody put Emperor Palpatine into what you call this game. Even though you can make a Palpatine build, if you put him in this game, dude.
Yes, I mean, we actually have the Force Lightning, right? For the Sacred.
Yes.
Yep.
Nah.
But if you put him in the game, it's like, yeah, dude, no, it's wrong universe.
Yeah, it takes
wrong
me out
everything. Get him out of here.
Yeah, for sure.
Indeed.
Well, I'm off, you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out and kicking ass. I accepted that friend invite also, so we're buddies now. We play every Tuesday and most Thursdays, so we'll be back on Thursday to play a couple more rounds. If you're down, we'll be around.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll see you around. I'll join up.
Yeah, dude. And usually I stream. I do some watch parties. We watch movies on Fridays, cartoons on Mondays, some Stargate Atlantis right now on Wednesdays. So if you want to roll through, we're always chilling.
Yeah,
and
sounds good.
Zonix is streaming also.
I also gotta say, I'm probably not gonna stream like Baldur's Gate tonight.
Okay.
tomorrow for you guys. I don't know where you're from. What you call it? Mostly because my head is not in it right now, and I am probably just gonna do some Darktide, honestly.
Nice, nice. Right on, dude. I'll check it out if I'm awake, and if not, I'll see you on the flip.
Hey, new buddy, where are you from?
Me? I'm.
Me?
Oh yeah, new buddy.
New buddy, yes.
Are you asking where am I from?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, originally I was European, but now I live in Canada for the past 15 years. So I guess.
Oh, yeah, Canada. So what is the difference in time now?
Difference in what?
Difference in time.
Oh, difference in time. Well, it depends where you live in Canada. Canada has the same time zones as US. So right now it's 7 a.m. here, for example.
7 a.m.
You got my East Coast time, because I'm in the US and I'm West Coast. I live in California, so I got 4 a.m. over here.
Oh, you're so lucky. You have the ocean and warmth from the sun.
It is, yeah, dude. We got everything over here. Sunny California.
The best place to be.
Yeah, for sure.
So what will it be? It'll be a I don't know. I stream what you call it what
He streams like about 11 a.m. my time.
8 p.
So like
8 p.m. right? My 8 p.m. my time.
Yeah. 11 a.m. my time.
Do you live in Europe?
Yeah, I live in Denmark. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Haven't visited Europe since I was a kid. Kinda sad, to be honest. But, well, it's too far away.
Anyways, that Darktide stuff I intend to do, it's I would say like come and join, and what happens. You know?
Yeah, hang out, kick some ass.
Let's the fate decide. Alright, see you guys around.
Alright, buddy. Thank you guys for hanging. Zone X, thank you for kicking ass with us. Appreciate you. Mike, appreciate you. And we will catch you guys here soon. Francois, thank you guys. Kicking ass with us. And leave distracting. Oh, there it is. Here we were. Alright, you guys. It was a long one, but we did it. Let's see, what did we do today? We finished Oblivion with our 10 minutes left. Thankfully, we beat it. We can shelf it now, make some room on the laptop, some space, free up some space for other games. We're playing Valhalla. Well, not Valhalla. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We're playing it. Valhalla. It's alright. We're doing it. We might be shelving it also, but we'll play a little more and see how it goes. We're gonna finish, whatchamacallit? GTA. We're gonna finish GTA one of these days soon. Maybe Thursday before some Darktide. Like earlier on in the day, we'll finish it up. Tomorrow, you guys, we got some Stargate Atlantis. We got 4 episodes, some special features. We'll be here. We'll be doing it. You guys roughly know around what time I go live. Friday, we got some movies. A movie. We did 2 movies last week, and we're probably just going to do 1 this week. But you'll see what it is.
You'll see.
And then Saturday, Sunday, I'm usually not here. Maybe I'll surprise you guys with a weekend stream. But if not, at the very least, I will catch you guys on Monday for some cartoons, some Anime Monday, some Toonami. We'll get some more Dragon Ball Z going. We'll get a couple more episodes of Ragnarok. And I think that's it. I don't really feel like doing Area 88 again. We're probably going to pass on that guy. Sorry, guys. And then, yeah, dude, I think that's it. That's the schedule. You guys know where to find me. Subscribe for more. So you get a reminder that I'm here. Like, so I know what you like, and maybe I'll do more of it. I will catch you guys here on the next one. Peace.
Damnation, salvation, light up the night. Camp clouds burning in holy white. From the void to the height, I bring the fight. I am the scum eradicator. Forever the hive's annihilator. Black dreamer on the battlefield of my desk. Chaos whispers, they put my patience to the test. Brush in hand, I wield the Emperor's decree. Each stroke a war cry, a hymn to victory. Thin your paints they scream, thin your paints they cry. But my wrath spills thick, let the heretics fry. Pain to conquer, pain to kill. Blood and pigment, bend your will. Miniature gods rise from shade. Impact fury, rage displayed. Highlight edges like plasma cutting through the dark. Dry brush ashes, leave your mark. Wet blending storms across ceramite seas. Detailing skulls with apocalyptic glee. In your paints they scream.